After a long hike through the woods, you settle down into your campsite, sipping at a hot cup of tea. But how do you spend the next few hours before nestling into your sleeping bag? Well, you open up this episode of Unexplained Encounters and enjoy over 4 hours of allegedly true scary camping stories. Try to sleep after that. Welcome back to the show. I'm your host, Darkness Prevails, and you can follow me on Twitter at @DarkPrevails if you want to see the cutest pit bull ever. Enjoy this compilation and be sure to send me your scary stories at darkstories.org so I can narrate them on the show, especially if you have any terrifying experiences as a trucker. And check out eeriecast.com for more free and creepy podcasts like this. Now, let's begin. My great-grandmother's 18th century horror story. From John 343. When many of us think of the 1800s, we tend to think of those cheesy rhinestone cowboy TV shows. We don't consider just how terrifying it truly was to be alive at the time. I was born in 1959. I didn't meet my great-grandmother until I was around 7, so it would have been 1966, I believe. My great-grandmother, who at the time was around 1998, was a very sweet and kind little old lady. She dressed the way that I had seen people dress on Bonanza. So for a young child, a boy especially, who was obsessed with stories of the Wild West that I'd seen on TV, I was excited to flood her with questions. At first, she told me all these wondrous stories of covered wagons, cowboy standoffs, building everything you owned, and just general stories of living in a mostly lawless time. At the time, it was the middle of summer, and my mother had told me to take my dog out to the backyard so he could use the facilities and we could get settled in for the night. Within a few seconds of my mother saying this, my great-grandmother jumped to her feet from her chair and screamed, "No, don't let him go out there." My grandmother walked over to my great-grandmother, putting a hand on her shoulder and whispering something in her ear to settle her down. This was kind of alarming to me, because I didn't really know this woman too well. But being a silly kid, I wrote it off and took Rowdy out to the backyard. When I got back in and locked up, the mood had completely changed. Even though I was going to be allowed to stay up later than normal, my mom told me to take Rowdy and go to bed with him. I questioned her and asked what was going on. I could clearly see my great-grandmother was very disturbed in the other room. My mother said, "Jacob, just go to bed." I was not familiar with her carrying that tone towards me. I laid down after putting my pajamas on and just stared at the ceiling, not really being able to sleep. I headed downstairs to grab a glass of milk, trying to slip a few of the sweets my mother, aunts, and grandmother had made. That's when I saw my great-grandmother sitting there staring out the back window. I asked her, "Grandma Caroline, is everything okay?" She turned around and looked at me, saying, "Do you want to know why I didn't want you to go outside?" I answered, "Yes, please." Believing I was about to hear another Wild West story, I grabbed my sweets cautiously, not knowing what she would say, and sat down for a story. She said, "The reason I didn't want you to go outside is because I didn't want him to get you. I've seen it twice since I've been here, and I won't let it happen again." "What are you talking about, Grandma Caroline?" "The black haint in the woods." "What's a haint?" "Honestly, it can mean a lot of things, but at its core it means something evil." She went on to explain this story to me. "When I was 17 in 1885, I saw it for the first time. My daddy, who was a Civil War veteran, decided to take me, my sisters, and my mama on a little bit of a trip to meet some men he had served with in the war. We would have to set up a camp a couple of times along the way, but we didn't care, because we were too caught up in the excitement of the whole thing. It was in the middle of summer, so we let Mama and Daddy have the tent. Me and my sister slept on blankets and looked up at the stars, just dreaming. On the second night, whenever we were settling in for camp, a family of travelers on their way through the area stopped by, asking if they could share the area for their camp. My daddy was a really good judge of character, and he didn't sense anything wrong. So he said yes, just keep to your own. They made their camp quickly and were asleep almost as fast. I woke up late in the night to see the youngest boy of the group walking towards the woods. At first, I couldn't tell what he was walking towards, but I knew he didn't need to be up and about. I quickly lit a small lantern to run after him and see what was going on, almost afraid I was going to catch him peeing out by the wood line. And that's when I seen it. A tall, dark man with a long trench coat and big hat, like the men that we would see coming through town from time to time, looking to pick a fight or start some trouble. At first, I thought it was a real man and told him to mind his own. Then he looked at me, and that's when I knew this was something evil. His eyes were bright white, and when he smiled, his mouth protruded a bright steam that shouldn't have been coming out of his mouth in the middle of a summer. Before I could even react, he had grabbed the boy, and he was gone. I fainted there. I came to the next morning during a search to find the boy. He was gone, and no one ever found him. I told my daddy about everything that happened. He told me to forget about it, that we were going home right away. I couldn't make sense of anything that happened. After we got home very late the next night, my daddy told us all straight to bed. I tried to lay there and sleep, but couldn't get it off my mind. Then I heard something rustling in the woods. I looked out my window, and I seen it again. That coal-black son of a gun with those white eyes looking directly at me. I rubbed my eyes several times to try to make sure I was awake, and he was still there. I then ran to my mama and daddy's room to get my daddy, and he was gone. But then I noticed the front door was open. I walked to the open door and seen my daddy sitting on the porch with a mouthful of tobacco and a shotgun in his hand. He said to me, "I know what you're seeing, and I've seen it too. It followed me home after the war. I don't know what the heck it is. It's been here for years, baby girl. Go inside. Don't worry about it." I told him I couldn't do that. I decided to sit there next to him. This godless thing stared at us all night, before eventually turning and walking back into the woods before the sun broke. We would sit and watch it, just me and Daddy, almost every night for months, when all of a sudden, he just stopped appearing. Not long after, I met your great-granddaddy, got married, and moved away. I didn't see the man again till the night that your great-great-granddaddy died. He was lying on his deathbed at his and Mama's house. I looked out the window, and just as sure as I was standing there, he was there again. After Daddy died, I didn't see the man again until the night that we pulled up in your driveway. I saw him standing in the bushes beside your house. I don't know what he is, Jacob, and I don't know what he wants. So just make sure you stay in the house after dark, and keep that darn dog in the house too. Needless to say, as of this point, I was far too afraid to go back to sleep. So I just held Rowdy as tight as I could and lay there. The next morning, on little to no sleep, I walked down the stairs to find Great-Grandma Caroline and everybody else laughing and joking as if nothing had ever happened. When I questioned my Great-Grandma Caroline about the conversation that she and I had the night before, she said to me, "I'm sorry, honey. I don't know what you're talking about." But then, a few moments later, she looked at me with a very distinct look and gave me a wink. The rest of Grandma Caroline's visit was uneventful. She left 2 days later, and although she would live to be 102 years old, that was the first and only time I would ever see her. To this day, I find myself looking into the dark to try and see if I can catch a glimpse of whatever this thing is, and I never have. Maybe that's for the best, considering that this thing followed my great-great-grandfather home after the Civil War. I don't want to see it. War is full of death, destruction, and carnage in every way that you could imagine. So I think it kind of goes without saying that war leaves a stain on those who are around it. The Civil War was truly a dark time in American history, and we tend to not want to talk about it too often. We forget the sheer brutality that was fueling this war. Although great-grandma Caroline died peacefully in her home, my Aunt Whitney said her last words were, "I see him standing there." His Guardian Angel, from Bubblegubby. Ghosts aren't always malefic. Some are downright kind and gentle, just like the one from this experience. This was one of the last times I went camping. It was with my cousin, his girlfriend, and my boyfriend. My cousin is 39, but he was always my favorite, because he always went out of his way for me. For this to make sense, I need to tell you about my former roommate as well. Her name was Alice. She and my cousin were always so sweet together. He was 33 back then, and me and my roommate were both 22 then. Alice and my cousin always joked around with each other, like throwing cold water over her when she was taking a shower, or Alice hiding somewhere and scaring my cousin. But when we'd all watch a movie, Alice would always sit next to him and put her head on his shoulder. Now, my cousin is peculiar when it comes to people putting their head on his shoulder, so you can tell he really cares about someone if he lets them do that. One day we heard that Alice was in a terrible accident. She was taken to the hospital. When we arrived there, her family was sitting in the hallway, and the doctor asked if we were Gabby and Russell, and we answered yes. The doctor said, "She won't make it long, so please make it short." When we finally saw Alice, it felt as if my heart stopped. She was wired to so many machines. Alice smiled though, and stuck out her hand, grabbing Russell's. He sat next to the bed on the stool. I walked to the edge of the bed. She said, "I love you, Gabs," then turned her head to Russell, to which she then grabbed her bracelet, took it off, and put it in Russell's hand, saying, "I love you so much. I wish we could have been together, but I'll always be with you." She ended up passing away right in front of our eyes not too long after. My cousin Russell wears that bracelet every day and only takes it off when taking a shower or a bath or when he goes swimming. He even got a tattoo of Alice's name with angel wings on his right pec on his chest. Fast forward 3 years, my cousin Russell finally had a girlfriend after the death of Alice. Eloise and Russell were an official couple for 3 months at the time, and my boyfriend Eddie and I were together for a full year then. Eddie wanted to go camping with me, and I suggested Russell and Eloise come with us. After all, Eddie and Russell are like 2 peas in a pod when they're together. He of course said yes. The next day, Eloise and Russell showed up with camping equipment. We went to the biggest forest nearby, setting up tents. Then Eddie and Russell began looking for big rocks and wood to make a fire pit. Eloise and I could hear them joking around while looking for the required items. Then Eloise said, "So has Eddie asked you yet?" It was clear that Russell told Eloise that I wanted to get married pretty soon, but before I could answer, Eddie and Russell came back. "Eloise, did you know your boyfriend's crazy?" Eddie said. We saw Russell holding a big pile of rocks. Eloise looked at Russell with a face that just said sarcastically, "Really?" and he dropped the rocks on the ground. As Eloise stood up, Russell walked to her and just kissed her. Eloise then said to me, "Okay, I won't say anything." Later on, Russell cooked the food they'd brought. We sat on the ground starting to tell each other scary stories. After the stories, we went to bed, but since those scary stories tended to get under my skin, I had a bit of trouble sleeping. Those kinds of stories tend to make me kind of paranoid, and I start wondering about things that might happen. Eddie slept with me, and that did help me feel better. He told me not to worry, and I answered back with an "I love you." The next day, I was the first to awake, or at least I thought I was. Eloise then woke up and asked me, "Good morning, have you seen Russell?" "No, I thought I was the first one to wake up, to be honest," I replied. I looked around to see if Russell was anywhere, but I didn't see him. We went on with our morning, assuming that he would come back at some point. But a few hours passed, and I could see Eloise was beginning to get restless. "Where could he be?" she said, worried. I tried to comfort her, saying he probably went out and maybe fell asleep somewhere. She managed to smile, but anyone could see that it was fake. More hours passed, and Eloise finally decided to call the cops. Eventually, a search party was formed. The cops allowed the three of us to join in. A few hours into the search, I saw something glinting in the little sunlight that still shined. I ran up to it and saw it was the bracelet that Alice had given Russell. My heart was pounding. I heard an officer then shout my name, and I put the bracelet into my pocket. "Ma'am, we're gonna have to stop the search now. It's gonna be dark soon, and tomorrow we'll come with the dogs to find him," the officer explained. My heart sank. I was so scared of what could have happened to my cousin. When I arrived back at the campsite, I found Eddie trying to calm Eloise down. She was crying. She never stopped crying until she fell asleep that night. Eddie and I lay in our tent. Then Eddie said to me, "We'll find him, okay? I'm sure he's fine wherever he is." I lay on my back trying to fall asleep, but it was soon clear that I wouldn't be sleeping that night. Eddie was fast asleep though, and I could hear the slight snoring of Eloise coming from the tent next to ours. I picked up the bracelet and held it up, whispering, "Where are you, Russell?" No sooner did I say that, I heard what sounded like a whisper on the wind. I could have swore I heard the words, "Follow me." I got up suddenly and called out, "Hello?" I didn't hear any response, but I did feel the bracelet hit the side of my hand, which was weird since I hadn't moved or touched it, and there was no wind coming through the tent. Then I swear I heard it again. "Follow me." I threw on some clothes, opened up the tent, and stepped out. Then I froze. There was a figure standing in the distance. At that distance, I could not see any features, but I took a step forward, and at this, that figure took a step back, but I didn't hear any footsteps. Once again, I stepped forward, and same as before, the figure stepped back. I gathered my courage and called out, "Who are you?" But I didn't hear a voice in response. Something else happened instead. The bracelet hit the back of my leg, which surprised me. I grabbed the bracelet off the ground. That's when another windy whisper came. "Trust me." My mind was blown. I wasn't sure if it was even real, what I was hearing. Alice had always said that to me when I was afraid. My mouth agape, I then swallowed and gathered my courage again. I spoke. "Alice, is that you?" Then I heard a giggle, and I smiled when that giggle sounded familiar. There was no mistaking it. That had to be Alice. Was she here to help? I began walking toward the figure, which I was now sure was my darling departed friend, Alice. I followed her, trying to ask her questions like, "Where are you taking me?" But all I got was giggles until she stood still, and so did I. "Come," I heard her voice say. Steadily, I walked up closer to the figure, and as I drew closer, it became clear to me this figure truly was Alice. I felt a tear roll down my cheek, seeing her standing in front of me after all this time. She then turned her face to the left. "There," she said. I walked over to where she was looking. After a few steps, I noticed a hole in the ground. I shouted, "Hello," into the hole. Suddenly, I was greeted by another familiar voice. "Gabs, is that you?" I was both relieved and startled. I shouted back, "My God, Russell, are you okay? What happened?" He replied, I fell down here, hurt my ankle pretty bad. I can't even stand on it, but you need to help me out of this hole. I put the bracelet into my pocket, putting my hand into the hole. Russell was just barely able to reach it, and I managed to help Russell out of the hole. He looked at me, and he asked, "How did you find me, Gabs?" I grabbed the bracelet out of my pocket, showing it to him. "Guess who?" He smiled and said, "It was Alice?" I smiled back. "I think so. I think I saw her, and she led me to you." Suddenly, a gentle breeze picked up only for a moment, and I heard what sounded like, "I love you." I turned to Russell, asking, "Did you hear that?" He was smiling, just looking right in front of him. We walked back to the campsite as I supported him on his hurt ankle. Halfway there, the sun began to rise. I asked, "How did you even end up in that hole?" "Well, I was picking up wood to start the breakfast fire. I ran into a boar of all things. I just started running away from it blindly." I looked him straight in the eye, and he put on his "I did something stupid" smile and continued. "The boar chased me. I was zigzagging through the trees, but it kept on running after me. I ran through a few branches. That's probably how I lost the bracelet in the first place. I just kept running." A big ray of early morning sunlight was now shining through the trees, creating a breathtaking scene in front of us. Russell and I just sighed, looking at each other. I smiled and hugged him. Then Russell said, "Alice loved to see the sunlight through the trees like this so much." Then one final time, the whisper on the wind came to us, "Thank you." The two of us quickly turned around, and we saw her standing there, looking back at us. Then we heard Eloise shout behind us. We turned to her and saw her running at us. She threw her arms around Russell, crying her eyes out. Eddie hugged me, saying, "My God, where were you? And where'd you find him?" We told them how I found Russell, except for the parts where Alice helped. To this day, Russell still wears the bracelet, and even calls his first daughter, who is now 1 year and 7 months old, Alice. When she's old enough, Russell's going to have his daughter wear the bracelet, and have Alice be her guardian angel. Campfire Creatures from Quinn. Back in high school, me and some friends decided to go camping late at night without our parents' permission. When they'd first mentioned to me that they wanted to go, something seemed off about my friends' possible intentions. Just to let you know, my friends were not particularly religious people. They'd tried to perform many rituals in the school bathroom, but were soon caught due to publicity. Their parents, though, were strangely strict Catholics, and fortunately had never found out about their children's behaviors. Now back to the story. On a Friday night, me and my 4 friends snuck out at a sleepover to go to the nearby woods. They tried to hide it from me, but it was very obvious they brought stuff to start a cult. You know, some ritualistic kind of stuff. I didn't mind it at first, though. I could have always went to take a leak while they did this. Once we arrived in the circle of trees, they got out the salt and the candles. I excused myself abruptly, starting in a random direction, but before I could take even 2 steps away, I felt 2 pairs of hands grab me by the waist and pull me back. I looked behind me to see my 4 friends, all grinning while dragging me toward the fire. I screamed, thrashed around to break free, but their grips were too tight. Before I knew it, I felt the heat surrounding my entire body. As I thought I was about to die, my friends suddenly became weak and loosened their grips. Even though I was held over the fire, I managed to flee and made it about 8 feet away from there before turning around and seeing no one. It was as if my supposed friends had just vanished. I have no idea what happened. Was it actually them? Was it a prank? Who knows? I sure don't. What was outside my tent? From Veronica W. I'm a 17-year-old girl living in southeast Pennsylvania. but this happened just last summer while I was 16. I'd gotten a job at a scout summer camp, and I'd already worked there for 2 weeks. One night I'd been chilling with a friend, let's call him Will, when someone walked past and told him, "Hey, I saw the Wendigo tonight." I glanced at Will. What's he mean? Will looked at me. It's supposedly this creature that's been spotted a few times over at the OA village. It's about 9 to 10 feet tall, covered in some type of white fur. Almost looks like some kind of bipedal deer man thing. They say it runs real fast too. People who have seen it usually run away, but the thing ends up just running into the woods. It's like it's afraid of people. I was pretty sure this was a joke that the older staff told, because the way the other guy casually walked up and talked about it. But I'm easily scared and I didn't dare go to my tent alone. The female staff campsite was the closest to the sighting spot, but I soon forgot about it as we moved into camper week 4. It was the first night of week 4 that things happened. My troop had said goodnight, and each went to their tent. My tent was on a trail leading out of the campsite, and farthest from the group. I fell asleep, and I stayed asleep for a few hours. But then I awoke, and all I could hear was this steady breathing sound, as if something had sat down next to me just outside the tent. I stiffened, panic filling my mind. I dared not move, otherwise I'd risk alerting it. But I wanted the adults nearby to help. I didn't know what to do. I even held my breath, making sure that I wasn't just hearing myself. But it was still there. Forcing myself to stay awake, nearly drifting in and out of consciousness, I waited till sunrise, and that thing stayed there until morning. When I stopped hearing it breathing, I waited for the others to wake up. Then I pulled on my clothes and dashed out of the tent. They were surprised to see me as one of the first up. I recalled what happened to another scout, who told me, "Well, I had to use the bathroom last night. My mom came with me, and when we walked by your tent, we both heard a noise on the way back." My heart sank. I asked, "Did you investigate?" They shook their heads. I knew I couldn't sleep in that tent again, so I moved into my dad's equipment tent. Nothing else happened until week 6. I was with the staff again, and I enjoyed staying up talking to Will. But soon we walked to the bathrooms and parted ways. I'd usually find another girl going to the campsite, but that night I didn't. Nervously, I put my earbuds in, playing some music that made me feel brave. I traveled down the hill and glanced over at a climbing tower nearby. Its floodlight illuminated a rather large shape. This shape was backlit and hunched over, walking towards the shooting range. The shape was like a giant beetle. I could see that it had fur. It was on all fours, and it was about 5 feet tall. I could tell because the fence behind it was the same height. Panicking, I froze, watching this thing walking away from me. Once I couldn't discern its shape anymore, I sprinted to my tent. This time no one believed me that the creature they joked about I saw. Granted, I hadn't seen it very well. They tried to reassure me that it was just someone else. I was on edge the rest of the time I was at the camp. Since that day, I've been researching what creature it is. The closest I've gotten to is a werewolf, but it's still not exact. I'm going back there this year to find out more, and hopefully I don't die for knowing too much. I was followed by something for 4 years. From Theolite Faye. These events happened when I was between 11 and 15 years old. I had never been one to fully believe in the paranormal, but I do accept that even if I haven't seen something strange myself, it's probably out there somewhere, waiting for me to run into it. This was one of those experiences. The first encounter I had with this entity was when I was 11 years old. I was living in the Southwest United States. My friend, his dad, my dad, and I were doing an overnight campout in one of our favorite camping spots, which was located a little ways from a relatively calm river. It was secluded, but close enough to public roads we could leave quickly if we needed to. The day went smoothly, and we settled into sleep after a good hike along the river. I shared a tent with my friend, while our fathers shared another. Sleeping on campouts has always been difficult for me, so I was the last one to fall asleep. I think I fell asleep sometime around 11 p.m. I woke up in the middle of the night, suddenly. I looked at my watch. It said 2 a.m. Right away, I wondered why I was awake. That's when I heard something moving around outside the tent. No problem, I thought. It's just my father or my friend's father moving around. Probably had to go relieve themselves. That thought was quickly wiped from my mind, however, as I heard the movement continue with no sound of a tent zipper or tent fabric. Naturally, as an 11-year-old with an overactive imagination, I quickly hunkered down into my sleeping bag, terrified of what it could be. That's when the entity yipped. If you're familiar with coyotes, you know they don't really howl, but they let out a series of yips and whines. This was the sound the entity made, and continued to make. A series of yips and whines followed by snuffling and more movement around the tent. Surprisingly, my friend did not wake up, nor did I hear anyone stirring about in the other tent. Whatever this thing was, it was snuffling and walking right next to the tent wall, occasionally yipping loudly. Normally, when coyotes make these calls, they're answered by other coyotes, but nothing else responded to this thing's calls or whines. Eventually, the sounds stopped though, and at some point I managed to fall asleep. The next morning, I was the first one up and out of the tents. I had to see if I could find anything that would show there was a coyote outside of the tent the previous night. I looked for anything I could think of: paw prints, shed hair, even scat, but there was nothing within a 100-foot radius of our campsite. Not even paw prints in the soft soil near the tents, nor in the sand on the riverbank. When I asked my friend and our fathers if they had heard anything the previous night, they all replied that they had slept soundly, and they hadn't heard a thing. After another search, none of us found anything coyote-related either, though my friend did find a human footprint in the sand along the riverbank. No, it wasn't a shoe print. It was a bare human footprint. We packed up camp and left after breakfast, and nothing else of note happened. A day later, however, there was a massive summer storm. The river near the campsite flooded, completely wiping out the spot where we had camped 2 days prior. At the time, I thought this was simply a coincidence. However, my second experience with this entity changed my mind. The second experience with this thing happened about a year after the first. I was 12 years old then, still living in the same area. It was another summer night, and I'd taken to sleeping on the covered balcony of our house, where I could use the night breeze to stay cool. I'd gone to bed early that night, tired after a long day outside. But I woke up in the middle of the night, around 1 a.m. I felt very uneasy for some reason. That's when I heard the yipping again, that familiar yipping, and once again it had no responses and no other calls, just that solitary yipping of what should have been a single coyote. This time, however, I decided I wanted to see what was out there for myself before it had a chance to disappear. The balcony faced the front of the house, thankfully in the same direction as that yipping. I looked out of the wire screen that covered the balcony window in the direction of the sounds and where I assumed the entity would be. What I saw was anything but a coyote. It crouched on 2 legs, and from my vantage point, I could roughly guess it was about the size of a grown man, hunched over. In the darkness, I couldn't make out anything beyond the rough humanoid shape of the entity. It never looked up towards the balcony window, just shambled along before disappearing behind a row of houses, yipping every so often. That night, I wasn't able to go back to sleep. The following day was miserably wet and stormy. These weather conditions were nearly identical to that of the storm after the previous encounter. I didn't have another encounter for another 3 years after that. My final encounter with this entity happened when I was 15. I say final encounter, but for all I know, this creature is still out there, still following me. Anyway, by this time I was living in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. One day I'd gotten off the bus and I was walking back towards my house when I noticed movement at the edge of the road on the opposite side of where I stood. When I looked up, I locked eyes with a coyote. Normally, from my experience, wild animals avoid eye contact as much as possible, and making eye contact is typically a surefire way to agitate them. Quickly, I broke eye contact, still keeping an eye on the animal. But my gaze kept coming back to its eyes. They looked like a normal coyote's eyes, but there was something more than just the regular canine intelligence in them. The coyote stared at me, unmoving, for what seemed like hours, but was only a few minutes, before it turned around and loped off away from the road. I waited until I couldn't see it anymore, before I started walking again, heading home. That night, there was a thunderstorm that shook the house violently with every thunderclap, and the wind was strong enough to push the trees that sat behind our house to their breaking point. When I woke up the next morning, I found that a tree had fallen diagonally across our yard, missing the corner of the house where my bedroom was by only a few feet. To this day, I still don't know if the entity I encountered was anything strange, or if it was just a string of bizarre coincidences. Anyone who knows about coyotes knows they live pretty much everywhere in the United States, so they're not uncommon. But I know what I saw, and I don't think the storms after every encounter are just coincidences. Was this entity trying to warn me? Was it bringing the storms with it? Some part of me wants to meet this entity again, no matter what it might be, just so I can get some sort of closure, get closer to figuring out what it was. I don't think I'll ever know, but to this day, whenever I hear a coyote call, I immediately associate it with the sound and smell of rain. I stared death in the eyes. From Anonymous. This happened 13 years ago. I was 33, living alone in Montana. I am a hunter, like my father and his father, so I've had my experiences with animals. On the morning in question, I planned to go on a camping trip by myself. The spot I'd planned to go to was deep into the woods at a remote campsite. I drank a mug of coffee, packed my bags, and grabbed my belt, which had a .500 Magnum in its holster. I called my brother and asked him to come pick up my dog and take her back to his place. Then I was on my way. Nothing much happened on the drive there, although when I got to the trail, everything was silent. I assumed it was because I just pulled in, so I continued to the path. The entire hike, I never heard a bird, a bug, or even the rustling of branches. It was all just silence. After around 2 hours of this, I was officially on edge. I kept my hand on my gun because, honestly, I felt as if I was being stalked by some kind of predator. After 3 hours of my hike, I came to the campsite. As I was setting up my tent, the sounds of nature resumed, and I felt relieved. To say this campsite was beautiful would be an understatement. It was on a ridge overlooking the small town I lived in. I threw my bag in the tent, and I began to unpack. Suddenly, all at once, everything went silent again. It wasn't quiet for long. The silence was soon broken by the sounds of the trees knocking against each other in the wind. I set up my sleeping bag, and when I left the tent, I took a can of beans out of my food bag, then put the rest in a tree. That's when I heard a twig snap around 20 feet into the woods. I turned around, my hand on my gun, and watched the forest. Still and unmoving, I saw nothing. I sighed and shrugged my shoulders, trying to relieve some tension. As I tried to start a fire to cook my food, I heard rustling, followed by frantic but massive footsteps. I pulled out my gun, and once again, I turned around. The iron sights were aimed at the center mass of what I can only describe was a demon. What I was looking at had the legs and horns of a goat and stood on 2 feet. It had a brown, hairy body and human-looking arms. But I swear, its face was like that of a kangaroo, and its eyes emanated pure malice. It inched closer to me from the woods, and I fired a shot into the air, trying to scare it. In response to that, the creature screamed, sounding more like a fox, a deer's mating call, and the most painful, blood-curdling human scream I'd ever heard, all mixed into one. I blinked, and the thing was soon right in front of me. Its snout was nearly touching me. Those yellow, almost lizard-like eyes were stabbing right into my soul. I felt that if I moved, it would kill me. I don't know how. It was this feeling that dominated me. I slowed my breathing, and as I did, the creature pushed me to the ground. Without breaking eye contact, I jumped back up and stood there. It came up to me again and screamed. This scream seemed to shake the entire forest. In response, I threw my hands up and screamed back. It just kept staring at me, toying with me. I put my gun directly to its throat and screamed again, "Back off!" It still stood there, so I pulled the trigger. As my ears rang, I screamed again, and I watched the creature run back into the woods. I began to quickly pack up my things, and whenever I looked up, I saw it, staring at me, now from a distance. This terrifying thing followed me down the path all the way to my motorcycle. I sped out of there, at least going 30 miles per hour over the speed limit. I heard it scream one last time as I got onto the main road that leads to the town I live in. To be truthful with you, something in me wants me to go back. I want to see if I can kill that thing, hang its head on my mantle. But I do not think it would end well. Now I've got a wife and 2 kids, and I can't afford to just throw my life away hunting some forest demon. Something in the corn. From Anonymous. This story takes place in the summer of 2012. I was 13 years old at the time. I lived out in the country in a small farm town in central Illinois. Our home was surrounded by tall cornfields all summer long, until it was time for harvest. The corn never really bothered me, considering I'd grown up around it my whole life. But this summer was different. I was the only one of my friends who lived in the country, so naturally, they would always want to come to my house because there was more for us kids to do. I'd always been the outdoorsy type, and so was my best friend Max. During that particular summer, Max was over at my house a lot. We would do things like walk down to the creek and do some fishing, go swimming in our pool, have bonfires, build shelters out in the back, and usually, when it got dark, we'd go inside into my room and play video games. This particular time I'm talking about was different, though. We decided to do something we didn't normally do. That weekend, we would camp in the backyard with our little 2-person tent and a small fire pit. My parents' property was not huge, but it did have a decent-sized backyard and loads of trees. Since we were too young to do any real camping, this was our only option. This way, we could pretend the backyard was the forest, and if anything went wrong or we got scared, we could just walk up the property to the house and give up if we felt like it. Not that we planned on doing that, though. That evening, after setting up our little campsite and cooking some food over the fire, we eventually got tired and decided to go to bed early. Usually, I would be too creeped out to do this by myself, but my buddy Max was with me, and I also had my dog, who, funnily enough, was also named Max. Confusing, right? Anyway, we were in the backyard. Now, my parents' bedroom had a large sliding glass door and balcony that came off the back of the house, so I knew my parents would occasionally peer out to check on us throughout the night. This gave me a bit of comfort. Once in the tent, we lay down in our sleeping bags to get comfortable. My dog stayed outside the tent and roamed the yard as he normally did. He was an outside dog, after all. I don't remember much after that, not until the weirdness went down. Once we fell asleep, we must have stayed asleep for a good while. I don't remember really waking up much or tossing and turning. Then again, this was years ago, so small details like that are far from my mind. Now this is where the creepiness takes place. Randomly, I just woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my dog barking hysterically. His barks sounded mean and vicious. He was not happy about whatever he saw, which wasn't like him at all. My dog was usually a gentle boy. He rarely barked at cars or strangers as it was, so this really caught me off guard. As I slowly woke up and rubbed my eyes, I noticed what my dog was barking at, even from the tent. Because I didn't see it, I heard it. Some strange erratic whistling seemed to be coming from no particular direction. It was so loud, too. It was definitely human whistling. No animal sounds like this, at least not to my knowledge. It was such a weird whistle, although human, it didn't have any specific rhythm or pattern to it. It was just so odd sounding. If I had to guess, this whistling sounded as if it was a beckoning call, most likely for my dog. Honestly, even though this could have been my dad pulling a prank, it freaked me out pretty bad in that moment. However, it only got much worse. I promptly woke up my buddy Max. It took many shakes and shouts to finally get him to wake up. But once he did, I didn't even have to say a word. He heard the whistling immediately, and we both looked at each other in silent terror. My second instinct after waking my buddy up was to check my phone. It was 3 a.m. That's the witching hour according to some. Me, being a believer in the supernatural, knew this, as did my buddy. I didn't even have to say anything. I just showed him the time, and he looked at me even more freaked out. "What is that?" Max asked. "I don't know, dude," I replied. Max suggested I call my dad to see if it was him doing all that whistling. So I did. The phone rang about 3 times, and finally my dad picked up the phone, sounding groggy. He asked, "What, son? I'm trying to sleep." To my horror, even as my dad spoke through the phone, the whistling never stopped, nor did the barking. I knew then it couldn't be my dad. I asked if my mom was in bed with him. To this, he replied, "Yes, why?" "Dad, there's somebody on our property whistling, and the dog's barking like crazy. We're really scared." All my dad said was, "It's probably a bird." I was angry that he was so quick to shut me down, not even trying to listen for himself. "Come back to the house then. What do you want me to do?" I hung up then. He wasn't going to help us. If we stayed out here, that meant possibly dealing with whatever that thing or person is. I told my buddy we had to book it back to the house, to which he replied, "Well, let's go then, hurry. I'm not staying out here." So I unzipped the tent as fast as I could, and we both went sprinting quickly back to the house. As we ran, I finally could tell what direction the whistling was coming from. It was coming from the west side of the property, from the cornfields. I didn't dare look in that direction. I just ran. As we got to the back door, I finally saw my dog. He was still barking in that general direction. He was close against the house, keeping his distance from that thing. I swung the door open, and we got inside as fast as we could. For a few seconds, I stood at the door, calling for my dog to come back in the house with us. He wouldn't listen though. He just kept barking. After getting frustrated and fearful for his life, I ran out to grab him by his collar so I could drag him inside myself. Just as I did this, the whistling seemed to get closer. This thing was coming in closer towards us. As I reached my dog, he suddenly decided to bolt past me and towards whatever that thing was in a violent manner. Whatever it was, my dog was now full sprint after this thing, chasing it. I yelled his name once more before slamming the back door and locking it. I was afraid my dog would be attacked or possibly killed, but we had to save ourselves. As we got into the safety of the house, we made sure all the doors were locked. My dad came down then to talk to us, and we explained to him what happened. For some reason, my dad seemed to think it was ridiculous and that we had imagined the whole thing. Of course, this made us furious. "Go listen then," we encouraged him. We watched as my dad went over to a window and opened it up to listen outside. Nothing. The noises had stopped. No whistling, no barking. My dad, thinking that he proved his point, went back to bed, suggesting that we do the same. But we couldn't. We were terrified. We were worried about my dog, too. We decided to go online, looking up noises that might match what we heard. But nothing at all sounded like it. At a certain point, we finally decided to rationalize for the sake of falling asleep that night. We just told ourselves it was some coyotes. But we knew it wasn't that, deep down. The following day, my parents went off to work. Max and I were there home alone, and we decided to go out looking for my dog. Almost immediately after going outside, we found him. He was running around, happy as ever, looking totally normal. No injuries whatsoever. We decided whatever it was, he must have chased it off. Being a lot less afraid now, and it being daytime, and that thing seeming to be gone, we pulled out the dirt bikes from the garage and went riding around the property. Everything was going great until I came around the corner on one of our usual routes. I saw my friend Max stopped in the middle of the track. He was still on his bike, but it was turned off now, and he signaled for me to do the same. I shut off my engine, and I asked him what was wrong. To this, he looked at me with big eyes. I heard it again," he said, and he pointed at the nearby cornfield. I thought he was messing with me, but I could tell after my second time asking him about this, he wasn't. He was truly terrified, and now so was I. Needless to say, we spent the rest of the day indoors. I never did see the thing, only heard it, but I think maybe that's for the best. I'm 23 now, I've got a wife and daughter, and I don't live there anymore, so I've never heard it again, not even the rest of the time I lived there before moving out. I hope I never do hear it again, to be honest. I thought it was a deer. From Anonymous. I've always been a lover of the paranormal and supernatural. It's been a special interest of mine. It's something I've poured my heart into, and I've spent hours researching to learn more about. Now, when I was in 6th grade, we had an essay to write. We could do anything we wanted, just so long as we did research, and told a lot on the topic. My classmates went with stories of fishing or making things. You know, normal 6th grade topics. I, of course, went the supernatural route. I chose to research skinwalkers. Ever since seeing an episode of a paranormal investigative show where they went to Skinwalker Canyon, I'd been amazed by the idea of these creatures. I spent hours looking into folklore, learning all I could. My final essay ended up being around 12 pages long, and I was incredibly proud. My classmates thought it was a little weird of me to do this, and some teachers were worried, but it never ended up causing me any trouble. It was rather ironic that I chose this for my essay, seeing as how the information I learned did nothing to help me realize what happened to me that July. The summer between 6th and 7th grade, we were moving houses. We weren't going very far, just about 15 minutes away, so we could be closer to my grandmother. The house we lived in at the time was surrounded by dense woods, which my younger brother and I had always spent much of our time in. We didn't have much property, but we did have a nice area of the forest to run around in and explore. We knew almost every square inch of the land. Back then, I loved the outdoors, and I would play out there for hours at a time. I felt comfortable out there, especially when I had my dogs with me. My house sat on a very small hill, and we had a small porch on the backside, looking out into the woods. It was just big enough to hold our grill, or maybe a few camping chairs, and I would often stand out there at dusk, listening to the sounds of the forest at night. The tree line was about 20 yards away from there, and the angle made it so whoever was on the porch would be a good 6 or 7 feet above the ground at the tree line. One night in July, I was standing out there as usual. I'd been sitting there, reading one of my favorite books, and just relaxing. I was around 12 years old at the time, and I had a very short attention span. Once I was done reading, I got to my feet and leaned against the railing, looking out into the trees. After a few moments, I realized I could hear something walking around in the woods. Since we lived so close to the forest, we often got deer that walked through, sometimes coming right up to our house if we were silent enough. Naturally, I went quiet, waiting for a deer to come out of the bushes. Sure enough, after about 30 seconds, I saw a pale, slender shape stepping out from the brush. There was a brief moment of excitement to see such a pretty creature before my enthusiasm was replaced by confusion. This deer didn't look quite right. Its neck was just a little too long, and its limbs seemed thin and spindly. It shouldn't be able to stand on legs that thin. Surely it would have collapsed from the weight of its own body. But somehow, it was perfectly steady on its hooves as it walked towards me. I felt no fear yet, just confusion and fascination. As it got closer and closer, I realized that no deer should be this close to a human being. It looked directly at me, and I knew it was aware of my presence. With the thrill of terror, I realized maybe this deer had rabies or was sick. There was no way the deer could get on the porch with me, but I still slowly backed away from the railing, going inside and locking the door behind me. I thought about it for a moment, then shrugged it off, deciding this was just a sick deer. I told my mother about the deer, worried for our dogs or my brother. I didn't want them to get attacked by it or possibly get whatever made that deer sick. My mother immediately went on alert, and kept my brother and the dogs inside for the next few days. We moved away that week, though it wasn't related to the sighting of the sickly animal. I never saw that deer again or another one like it. It's been several years since the encounter, and I'd forgotten about it until a few nights ago. My interest in the paranormal has remained with me, and I've continued to look into these creatures. I was searching through the cryptid tags on an app, and I found videos of creatures called not deer. Immediately interested, I searched up these beings, and after looking at the information for a few moments, the memories of that night in July came back to me. It was starting to make sense to me. The deer's appearance and behavior perfectly matched the stereotypical behavior of not deer. The story that I thought I made up with my 12-year-old imagination had actually been true. I was rather embarrassed for not realizing what this creature was until all these years later, considering how much I'd looked into these folklore beings. However, I decided to ignore the embarrassment and share my story instead. If I see another creature like this, I'll be sure to share more. In the days since realizing what my encounter was, I found myself looking into the woods more, wondering if I'll see a pair of big eyes staring back. Don't visit Pripyat. From Silver Bullet 54. In 2020, I went to Europe with 4 friends. We chose to visit the Ukrainian town of Pripyat. Before we went, we made sure to get clearance and also get Geiger counters to make sure we were in a safe zone. We figured one day in couldn't hurt as long as we stayed together. So we decided that we would explore, camp, pack up, and leave. Sadly, I wish it had been that easy. When we first arrived, my friend Kevin mentioned how silent and eerie it was. We saw the clocks at 11:55, then saw the abandoned amusement park. Mid-ride bumper cars, a creaking Ferris wheel, and an uncanny stillness was all that was left. It was like a giant void had opened up and sucked away all the people that once lived here. Our counters were showing very low levels of radiation, which was a good sign. But we knew if any of us began feeling strange, we were to book it out of there immediately. Now, a friend of mine, Brandon, had mentioned that the animals around here had been horribly affected. And believe it or not, we saw a wolf skulking around the area alone. We kept our distance and watched it, and when it turned towards us, we quickly averted our eyes to avoid challenging it. But when I happened to glance towards it for one moment, I saw just what was wrong with its eyes. Now, I'm no scientist or zoologist, so I don't know if the radiation caused it, but the wolf's eyes had gone completely white. I couldn't tell the cornea, iris, and pupil apart. Even though I figured it was blind, it was clearly sniffing around, so I'm sure it could have smelled us. Fortunately, he seemed to sense 5 scents and left without attacking. Brandon then said, "Let's go set up camp in one of those buildings. I'm not sure what it is, but I feel like something doesn't want us here." The other 3 were feeling uneasy as well, and I was still on edge after that wolf encounter. We all soon found an empty building with very little radiation and a roof to sleep under. I won't forget what happened next, though. Before I go on, I'll tell you now that I suffered no headaches, I did not feel lightheaded, and I had experienced no nausea, vomiting, or any other ill effects. So the radioactivity wasn't what caused this, it wasn't a hallucination. I woke up with a start when I heard a weird moaning sound. It was like a lawnmower that was about to die. I was about to ask anyone else in the group if they heard that, but all 4 were already sitting up and listening. "Okay," I said. "We can all confirm we just heard that." Brandon swallowed and replied, "I think I know what doesn't want us here." He then pointed behind my friend Grant. We all looked and screamed like we were trying to raise the dead. There stood a person. They were about 6.5 feet tall with beet red skin. They had 2 completely red eyes, and what appeared to be a new, vestigial, deformed limb protruding from their left arm. I then asked, "Does radiation even do that?" The other 4 just ran with their things, and I quickly followed. When I looked back, the man was just standing there, swaying and groaning as if he couldn't control his own movements and behavior. As soon as we got back home, Brandon left to see his parents, while Grant and I confirmed that what we saw was a possible victim of radiation. Kevin and Maria, the other 2, refused to talk about it, and I never brought this up again until now. So if you go to Pripyat, I suggest you keep your eyes and ears open. The radiation is still there, and some people either couldn't or wouldn't leave. You might run into an unfortunate radiation victim. So in all honesty, maybe it's not the best place to go. You can pay in the morning. From Mrs. Trash Panda. This is a story from my grandparents and my aunt. When my family goes camping, my grandpa can sleep anywhere, literally. But the second he tells you to pack it up and get out of there, you listen. You pack your things and you get back in the car. If I recall correctly, my grandparents and my aunt, who was around 7 or 8 at the time, were on their way down to Tennessee to pick up my mom and uncle, who had gone down there with friends for a vacation. While it was getting late into the afternoon, my grandparents pulled into a gas station up in the mountains of Tennessee. As a side note, I think it was somewhere near Gatlinburg. They like to sightsee a lot, so it wasn't unusual for them to go out of their way during a trip. They asked if there was a campground nearby, so they could sleep for the night. The lady at the counter of the gas station told them there was a gated campground about 5 miles down the road. Of course, my grandpa said okay, and drove down those 5 miles. At this point, my grandma was getting very uneasy. She asked my grandpa if he was sure this is where they wanted to stay. He said yes. I'd assume he was probably tired of driving at that point, and didn't mind where they stayed. They pulled up to the gate, and it was closed. There was a sign up that said, "Welcome, help yourself, and you can pay at the office in the morning." My grandpa had my grandma get out and open the gate. He pulled the camper through, and my grandma closed the gate back up. She got in the truck, and they drove down a huge hill. When they made it to the bottom, they found a campsite and parked the camper and started to get things ready for the evening. Now, this is the part that turned the whole trip for them into something ominous. As my grandma got everything set up and started cooking dinner, she looked up and she saw my aunt playing around outside while my grandpa was pacing up and down the length of the campsite. She said he just kept mumbling to himself. Finally, he grabbed my aunt, put her in the camper, and told my grandma in a panicked voice to stop and pack everything up. He said they needed to leave immediately. Of course, this confused my grandma, but she listened anyway and packed things up. She got my aunt and everything settled back in. My grandma asked my grandpa what was going on, and he replied, "We can't sleep here. We have to leave." So he started the truck up and basically floored it up the huge hill with the camper. They came up to the gate again, and my grandma had to once again get out to open and close it. After that, they drove for about an hour before finally stopping at a very well-lit truck stop. The next day, when they reached their destination, they told their friends that they had stopped at this campground that was gated. I guess this shook my grandpa because when one of their friends exclaimed that people had gone missing in that exact area, my grandpa began thanking God for having the instincts he had. When they got home to Michigan, they'd found out that over the past 2 weeks alone, 8 people had gone missing from that exact area and they had nearly stayed the night there. Thank God my grandpa had a bad feeling and listened to it. My experience with the Wendigo, from Love Malfoy 5858. I live in New Jersey. This took place when I was around 10 or 12. Our school had organized a camping trip to the Bass River State Forest. Of course, being the adventurous kid I was, I instantly signed up. The day on which the trip was organized was in the winter, so we bundled up in cozy winter clothes before going on the 3-day camping trip. The trip started like any other. We got on the bus, teachers assigned us in groups, and all that stuff. We got off the bus with our camping gear and immediately sat to work. While we worked, however, I had this strange feeling that I was being watched. I brushed it off, thinking there's nothing wrong with that, there's lots of animals out here after all. As soon as I had this thought, a howl of some sort resounded from the woods all around me. Startled, I dropped the hammer I was holding 2 hammer pegs. The noise had startled me, as even though my friend said it was nothing, it sounded more human than animal, but with still some traces of wolf in it. It's hard to explain, it was so bizarre. I pushed the occurrence to the back of my mind, and I tried to enjoy the trip. Nothing besides that really happened on the first day. On the evening of the second day, we all lit a fire as it was cold. We were having a really good time, toasting marshmallows and singing songs. A few hours passed and the fire began to dwindle. We all went out in different directions in the woods to cover more ground, searching for more kindling. I had chosen to go through the most scary-looking part of the forest, as, like I said, I was adventurous. I had been picking up sticks for nearly 10 minutes before realizing the forest was quiet. Too quiet. This silence was deafening. I suddenly heard a twig snap near the tree line. I jumped in shock and looked around for the source of the noise. I called out to see if anyone was there, but then my voice seemed to echo.
Anybody there?
I say this because my echo sounded much more disturbing, much more inhuman. I got scared, dropping all the sticks I was carrying, and ran for my life. Behind me, I could hear twigs snapping. I never felt so terrified. I ran for a few minutes, and the twig snapping seemed to have stopped. I turned back to see. That was a big mistake. What I saw will be forever etched into my mind. A huge wolf, standing on 2 legs, with what appeared to be antlers, was looking down at me, and I swear it looked as if it was smiling. I saw rows of razor-sharp teeth that could tear through bone like paper. I practically flew to the campsite and only stopped when I saw my best friend Allison. When I made it to her, I cried at her feet, breaking down. She asked what was wrong, pointing towards the woods from where I came from. Then I blacked out. When I woke up the next day in my tent, with worried faces all around me, I explained to everyone that I saw a wolf. That's all I could say. I knew no one would ever believe what I actually saw. The third day, I stayed inside, terrified that I might see that awful creature again. Nowadays, I'm very wary of going into the woods, and I never stray too far anymore. If you ever encounter a creature like this, I advise you to run for your life as well. Abandoned racetrack. From Anonymous. I live in a semi-rural area in Vermont. It's quite peaceful, but the characters here can sometimes be unsettling. This story happened about 2 years ago, in 2020 as of writing this. It was June, and my friends and I were about to graduate high school. We were all set on going to graduation and hanging around after, but my buddy gave us all an idea. Let's go to the racetrack my cousin told me about. It looks cool. We can party there instead of going to graduation. We had all collectively decided that we were going to go. The day of the trip, we spent our time getting food, drinks, and whatever else we needed to have a good time. Around 2:30 p.m., we headed out to said racetrack. It was about an hour or so away from where we all lived, so we didn't mind the drive. On the way there, my friend drops the haul on us. Hey, this racetrack is abandoned. Not sure what's in it, but there's supposedly people in the basement. We all chuckled at this, brushing off the idea of people being held up in some abandoned racetrack. Upon our arrival, we noticed the place was massive. We parked around the basement entrance for easy escape if needed. We got unpacked and headed to the top floor. On our way in, we noticed a pillar with the words, "Welcome to Hell, Run," spray painted on it. We thought that was weird for sure, but we pushed forward. We soon made it to the 3rd floor, and we noticed we couldn't go up any further due to a collapse on the top floor. We all set up camp on the 3rd floor, and the partying began. After we all got a decent buzz going, we decided to explore the place by playing Manhunt. Mind you, this whole place was only lit by the moon, so it was pitch black in there. Me and a close friend of mine, named Susan, were finding the rest of my friends first. We started in the basement. When we entered the basement, the most foul stench hit me. It was like old books and decomposed dead things. We got farther into the basement when we began to hear feet shuffling. We thought this was one of our friends, so naturally, I made my way around the noise to surprise him and locate him. I was wrong. Fast forward a few minutes later, we noticed a mask sitting on a table. We looked at the mask and realized it was some sort of animal skin and staples made into a mask. We both thought this was disturbing and went to tell the others that we weren't alone. We got up to the 2nd floor stairs that led to the 3rd when a bottle smashed next to Susan's feet. Susan screamed. I consoled her and told her it was just our friends playing jokes on us. I looked up the stairs and, sure enough, my friend threw a bottle. He was laughing it off now. I turned in a different direction, and I nearly soiled myself. Standing at the end of the 2nd floor were 2 cloaked and masked figures. I turned to Susan and immediately told her to run. "That's not funny. Stop," she yelled. So I picked her up and physically made her look at what I saw. Then she screamed again. The chase was on. The cloaked figures started walking towards us. I then screamed to the rest of my friends that we were not alone in here. As Susan and I ran away, my friends came running down from a separate stairway and met us at the front entrance. It took me a minute to catch my breath and explain what I saw. After I said this, my friend goes into his truck, pulling out a 12-gauge Winchester shotgun. "Even so," he says, "what are you talking about? There's no way that—" He was immediately interrupted by the sight of one of those figures. Holy crap! My other friend who was with us drew his pistol and handed it to me. "I'll sit with Susan. You guys go get our stuff," he said calmly. 2 more of my friends and I went back into the racetrack. We took an alternate route to the 2nd floor stairs. But on our way, we noticed a door was open. We all crept towards the door and noticed there was a light coming from inside. I kicked open that door. Inside, we found a pentagram with candles around it. Also around it was the mask I pointed out earlier. But what really messed with me was looking to my left, seeing the wall ripped apart. And as I took a closer look, above the huge hole in the wall were the words "Death Leap." I looked inside that wall, and to my surprise, there was a drop all the way to the basement. We quickly left that room and grabbed our things. We exited the building, but noticed 6 to 7 figures dispersing from the side of it. They were leaving too, but we didn't care. We packed and drove away. On our way out, those same figures stopped walking and began to stare us down. We've never gone back there. All of us decided to brush it off as satanic worshippers who decided to mess with me and my friends. And I hope that's all it was. Swedish Forest, from Nicholas L. I'm from Denmark. My friend and I had planned a fishing trip deep into the Swedish forest. This was back in 2007. My friend Matthias accompanied me. We went quite deep into those woods, and we were amazed by the beautiful nature out there, not really paying enough attention to where we were or how deep we'd gone. We soon found a really nice spot to start fishing. It was this little sandy beach. We started fishing, eventually losing track of time, when at one point we discovered some footprints in the sand. We studied them closer, and they looked like bear tracks. Now, everyone always says don't run from a predator, but do you know how hard it is not to run in that situation? Well, we began to hear rustling from the bushes a few feet away from us. Matthias and I stopped in our tracks and began to listen. It was like the entire forest went silent. There we were, still holding our fishing poles, just staring at these bushes, trying to see what was in there, when suddenly a snout pops out of them. We jumped back, and we were about to run, when a bear emerged from those bushes. Shocked by this huge animal, which we weren't used to seeing back in Denmark, we began to step back. I noticed the bear didn't seem too interested in us, so cautiously and slowly, we trekked back towards where we came from, but as I said before, we did not pay enough attention to where we were going. Basically, we were a bit lost. The panic began to set in before long. We went around and around in those woods for what seemed like hours. What we didn't know was that the bear we encountered had decided to follow us the entire time. As soon as we realized we were being tracked, we became extremely scared. It was at that point we looked at each other and nodded our heads and began to run, despite the warnings we've heard from people before. We only looked back on occasion to see if the bear was closing in. I couldn't stop thinking about how I was going to die in some godforsaken woods a long way from home. Then 2 extremely loud pops ring out through the air. It was a hunter sitting in a tree on his platform. We stopped then, catching our breaths. The hunter comes down, telling us how lucky we were that he saw us in the distance running from a bear who was right on our trail. To think we had been that close to being eaten. We explained the whole story on how we got lost. Then he led us back on the right path to our camp. I never got his name, but to dear Mr. Hunter, thank you for saving our lives. Thing in the Woods, from Bat. I don't think you should necessarily be afraid of the dark, but you should definitely be aware of your surroundings when nighttime comes, or you might just encounter something very unpleasant. Despite all the bad things going on in the world, my mom and I decided it would be a good idea to go on a camping trip in northern Ontario, Canada. When she told me about this campsite, I just couldn't say no. I love the outdoors. We invited our friend too, let's call her Phoenix. She was more than enthusiastic to tag along. On July 7th, we set off. It was a long, tiring trip, but the landscapes were breathtaking nonetheless. After driving 5.5 hours, we made it. I was so happy just to be out of the car. The first few days were great. We had a lot of fun fishing, swimming, and hiking the trails. The weather was good too. It was like a dream come true. Though after a while, we began to hear strange noises at night, usually while we were in our tent. My mother and Phoenix just brushed it off as an animal in the woods, but I felt uneasy. It didn't sound like an animal, it sounded human, but there was no logical reason for someone to be in the woods past midnight, right? I should mention that we were in a pretty remote area. We only had one neighbor beside us the whole time. They were on the right side and the noises were coming from the left. A few times by the campfire, we would hear the same noises, like feet scattering around in the woods. When I flashed my flashlight towards the noises, I wouldn't see anything, nothing peculiar. The second last night, me, my mom, and Phoenix put out the fire and turned in for the night. I had done a lot that day, so I had no trouble falling asleep. The night was peaceful, until I woke up to someone walking around outside. At first, I thought it was one of my campmates, but when I looked over, I saw them both fast asleep. I shifted around a bit, and when I did, they must have heard me and gotten scared off, because the footsteps turned into a run. They faded away into the woods. I was too freaked out to even say anything, so I just lay there in silence. I couldn't hear that person anymore. I found myself falling back asleep, which was a dumb idea, as there could have been a murderer out there. I then woke up a second time to the same noise, but this time it was closer. I nudged my mom gently and pointed towards the sound, staying as silent as possible. She mumbled something about a raccoon and fell back to sleep. The noise then stopped. I shut my eyes and hid under my covers. After a few moments of complete silence, a hand grabbed my leg. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed before, waking up both my mom and Phoenix. I kicked as hard as I could. I must have hit it, because I heard a loud grunt. Very loud and very animalistic. At first, it just stood there. I could see it, illuminated by the moonlight. I saw hooves and antlers like a deer, but it was standing on two legs, and the thing that grabbed me had been a hand. It was so tall and thin. Thank God it ran away again, because I was sure then that I was going to die. We packed up everything except the tent and sped out of there, despite it being the middle of the night. My mom dialed 911, telling them what happened. They had police officers go out there, checking the area. One officer even followed behind us until we left the park, to make sure we were safe. However, they found nothing of interest. I didn't sleep for the remainder of the night. I was too scared, even back at my own home. I'm just glad we got out of there alive, even if we were terrified. I always keep my guard up nowadays, and I'm never going back to that place. Not after that night. To be honest, I haven't even gone camping at all since then. Always be mindful of the things around you, and be careful of what could be lurking in the dark. The Glowing Eyes, from Nina Bug, 1998. This story has stuck with me for a long time. It takes place when I was on a family camping trip. I don't remember where we were exactly. It was some spot Sarah, my mother, heard about from a friend. It wasn't a place we'd been before, but the friend, Ginny, told Sarah about it and offered us their RV to go spend a few nights there to see if we liked it. Now, something you need to know about Ginny. She was weird. Like, sits there petting a crow while sitting on the couch and having a beer while talking to people. And I'm talking about an actual crow that was mounted. Also, she was a friend of one of Sarah's co-workers at the time. So, all in all, we really didn't know her that well. But said co-worker was a very good person and trusted by me and my parents. So I guess Sarah thought that's why we should visit Ginny in the first place. My family loved camping, and I still do, but due to living situations, I haven't in a long time. Back to the story. This camping spot was way out of the way, like Ginny had to draw a map for us to find it. It was an actual campground, but I don't remember the name anymore. It was kinda run down and gave me a weird vibe, like that feeling you get when something is off, but you have no clue what it is. Well, I was young, and I figured I just had that feeling because I'd never been there before. Now, we weren't the only people there. It wasn't like we were alone. And the area we picked to put the RV, I could see maybe 4 or 5 other spots that were being used. Now, this RV was like your basic RV in 2008. Big bed in the back and a bunk over the driver's area. There was the couch too. That's where all the sleeping spots were. Now, I did like to climb. I was like a little monkey. So I took the bunk over the driving area. It also had a big window in the front for me to look out of. I could close this little curtain, but it was pretty see-through. Like if it were daylight, I could see people through it, but not clearly at all. Basically just outlines of things. We parked the RV in this spot next to the river. We used to do a lot of fishing, so I thought that would be great. I wouldn't have to carry all my fishing stuff very far. I jumped at the chance to go fishing right away. We set everything up with the RV and I was heading for the river. It was like maybe 20-ish feet from our campsite. I set up my seat and got my pole all ready, baiting the hook and all that. In doing so, I pricked my finger a lot because the darn worm was so wiggly. Then again, all worms are. So I got my hook baited, cast it out, and sat down to wait. I waited until my butt got sore, doing the usual reeling in to check to make sure there was still bait and rebaiting when needed. You know how fishing is. During all this, I noticed a few others fishing further down. We weren't close, but not that far. I decided to be friendly and called out, "Catching anything?" A boy about my age at the time was the one that called back.
"Got a catfish about an hour ago, but nothing since."
I told him, "Well, something keeps stealing my bait." He asked,
"What bait are you using?"
Just some worms. You?"
"Chicken liver."
So we had this long-distance talk about fishing. Just because I do a little fishing does not mean I can tell you what fish it was. A bass, a catfish, a bluegill, those I can tell, but I cannot tell you if you're holding a trout or not. This boy, I'll call him Leo, was real nice about it, and showed me a little pamphlet of fish he had with him. We sat together for hours after that, talking and fishing. Leo was a really nice guy, and I wish I was still in contact with him. Anyway, Leo and his family were only 2 spots away from mine, and also along the river. The day was pretty normal after that. Once I gave up on fishing for the day, Leo asked if I wanted to come hike with him. By that point in my life, I had a cell phone, so when I asked my parents if it was okay to go on a hike with my new friend, they said yes. I packed up a bag with water bottles and a lunch, and I met up with Leo. Together, we walked to the trailhead. He told me it was his first time being at this campground too, but his uncle, who he was with, came here all the time. So, of course, I had to ask about what his uncle thought of the place.
"Oh, Uncle says he loves coming here, but he gets good proof."
Proof? That had me interested. Proof of what?
Bigfoot, he says, but I don't think that's what it really is.
I frowned. Do you not believe in Bigfoot?
"Oh, it's not like that,"
Leo assured me.
"I just think he's using the wrong name for it."
Now I was invested. I adjusted my bag, then asked Leo, "What makes you think that? Have you seen it?"
"Well, no, I haven't seen it myself, but my uncle tells me about it,"
Leo explained.
"He says it's really tall and hairy, that it has big feet and makes these weird sounds, and it has a bad smell when it's close by."
So far to me that sounded like Bigfoot, but I wanted to know more before just saying that's what I thought it was. I asked him what else his uncle says about it. That's when I was thrown for a loop. Leo told me his uncle said this thing had a tail and would howl on full moons. Now to me, howling at a full moon makes me think werewolf.
Of course, I don't think we have those in Iowa. I could be wrong, though. The more Leo told me, the more it made me think. This sounded like a mix of things. Wolf and Bigfoot. Was that a possibility? Was he talking about a wolfman? Keep in mind I'm young at this time. I'm into learning about cryptids and folklore monsters. So I was excited about this during the day. Because when the sun is out, that stuff doesn't scare you. At least, not as much. Well, it started to scare me when we stopped to eat our lunches, and we saw just how deep we walked into those woods. We couldn't even hear the river anymore. I told Leo we should head back after we eat, and he agreed. We sat and ate, talking about hobbies and things like, how many times have you done such and such? And just things kids talk about. About halfway through eating, Leo asked me, did you hear that? I hadn't heard anything, so I shook my head. No, what did you hear? Leo listened closely but shook his head. Never mind. Probably just a deer or something. Now my hyperactive imagination instantly thought, oh heck no, that wasn't a deer. But I didn't say that. I just nodded. Besides, I hadn't heard the sound, so I couldn't say it wasn't a deer or some other animal, a normal animal. Let's just say we finished eating pretty quick and headed back. On the way back, we didn't say anything. I think both of us were trying to see if we could hear something. I'm not proud to admit it, but I did start to jog when we heard something moving behind us. You hear that? Yeah, that sounded big. Do you think someone else is out here hiking? Sure. I think we were trying to keep each other from freaking out. When we got back, we just kinda chuckled at how silly we were. What were the odds the Bigfoot, as his uncle called it, was out there watching the two of us eat lunch? That stuff happens in scary movies, not real life. Of course, when these things happen to you, you tell yourself that can't happen to you, that it only happens in movies. Well, there I was telling myself just that. I get spooked easy sometimes. We headed to our campsites. I thought about telling my parents what Leo told me about why his uncle comes to the campground. But I knew they would probably just laugh. So I kept it to myself. After I got back, David wanted to go fishing, so I spent the rest of the day fishing and then helping make dinner. Overall, my first day wasn't that bad. It was the nighttime I should have worried about. After making s'mores and cleaning up a bit, I got a shower in. And by the way, why the flipping flop do RV bathrooms have to be so darn small? I may be short, but I'm round, and that shower barely fit me. Anyway, when I was done, I climbed up in my bed and closed the little curtain thing. I got all comfortable, but I've always had a hard time falling asleep. I was on my side at the time, just looking out the window. I had my music playing, listening with my headphones so my parents didn't yell at me. I was basically waiting for sleep to take me. After a while, I'm not sure how long, I got a weird feeling. Don't ask me why, but I pulled off my headphones before peeking out the curtain. It wasn't a full moon, but was pretty darn close. So there was a fair amount of light. I saw what I thought were fireflies at first. Then I noticed they were way too big and staying too still. And they were kinda too high, but I've seen them get high, so that part wasn't so bad. I watched them for a moment. They just sat there for a while. I was leaning on my elbow for so long it got sore. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was all worked up because of what Leo said. It happened all the time when I heard creepy or scary stories and stuff like that. So I told myself that's what was happening, and I rolled over. I did fall asleep at some point. I told Leo the next morning, I think you got me freaked out yesterday with telling me about your uncle's Bigfoot. Leo was a little bit confused. Why, did you have a dream about it? I shook my head. No, but I swear I saw eyes in the trees last night. Pretty silly, huh? Leo looked at me. What color were they? That caught me off guard. What? What color were they? I just shrugged. I don't know, like when you shine the light in an animal's eyes at night, I guess. Dude, you had me worked up. It was probably just my brain playing tricks or a raccoon. I think I was trying to make myself feel better at this point. Leo replied, "Don't go out at night and stay close to your campsite." Well, that both confused and scared me. What? Why? My uncle says so. He says if you see the eyes, you should not go out at night. I was even more freaked out. I didn't know what to do. I just told Leo he shouldn't scare me, because I'd be freaked out for weeks because of it. Then he said, "Then let's talk about something else." I was more than happy to change the subject. We began talking about things like our pets, and we went to fish. Well, he fished and I sat with him and talked. I spent most of the day with Leo when I was there, but at night I was a wreck. I would check out from the curtain at night, seeing eyes in the trees. Finally, I told Leo to come with me and went to check where I would see the eyes at night. We walked into the weeds and trees. At first we saw nothing, but then we saw where the grass and weeds had been stomped down like someone was standing there. And there were deep scratch marks on the tree, like when you put your hand against something when you lean on it. I mean, why would something just claw a tree like that for seemingly no reason? I looked at Leo. "What's this?" I pointed at those scratches. Leo shook his head. I got uneasy and decided to get back to my campsite. We spent the day in camp. We didn't even go to the river. I don't know why. I just felt like I should be close to the RV in case I had to run. I'm not a fast runner, and I sprint, not run. That last day there was just spent shifting around and glancing at the trees while trying to talk about something else. My family left the next day, but that last night will stick with me forever. I checked for the eyes again that night, which I had started doing every night for the past few nights. This time I didn't see any eyes. Was it gone? I'd seen them every night until then, so I thought I was safe. I went to close the curtain, but I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Keep in mind, I was already jumpy. I looked and saw something huge near the river. It was covered in what appeared to be fur, and I saw a tail. I got real scared then. So, as any smart child would do, I closed the curtain and pulled the blanket over my head. I didn't sleep at all that night. I heard something outside a few times, but I stayed under the blanket. I was too scared to look. What if it saw me? What would it do? What even was it? When I got out of bed the next morning, I didn't even get dressed. I walked out in my pajamas, which was a big shirt that covered my shorts. I looked around and saw prints. These prints looked like a mix of people's feet and a paw. I knew then it was not my imagination that night. We packed up our camp and I told Leo goodbye. We never went back. My family preferred our usual campground to that one, but I still wonder what that could have been. And what did it want? Was there more than one of them out there? Or was there only one? Maybe it was a family unit. It didn't do damage to anything physically, except that tree, of course. Paralyzed with Fear. From Rachel White, 20002. I'm 16 years old, and all my life I've never had sleep paralysis, though my mom and her mom had before. I always thought maybe I would be lucky and it wouldn't happen to me. Well, not too long ago, my grandma wanted to go camping with me, my sister, and my aunt. We planned on leaving Thursday and would be coming home on Sunday. I was honestly really excited. I hadn't been camping since the year before, and I was up for what sounded like a fun 3-day weekend. We went camping in this secluded forest. The rangers had previously warned us about bears and wolves, since my aunt and I had brought our dogs. We set up our tent, and by then it was already dark. I was tired and cold. It was a chilly 39 degrees that night. We had some dinner and everything seemed fine. But once in a while I would feel like something was watching me. I shook it off, ignoring it, thinking I was just letting my sister's stories scare me. I must have woke up around midnight, close to 1 in the morning, to the sound of crunching leaves outside our tent. I was trying to tell myself it was nothing to worry about, trying to go back to sleep. But I had this sudden urge to roll off my air mattress and onto the floor, where my sister was asleep. I was rolled up in my sleeping bag, and all I could see was the darkness of the inside of my blankets. After a while, though, the sound came back, and this time, it seemed to have stopped right by my head. My breathing began to falter. I had no clue who or what this was, or what they wanted. I tried to steady my breathing, trying to pretend I was sleeping. All of a sudden, after my sister's soft snoring, I heard a growl. It was low and seemed like a warning. At first, I thought it was a bear. Perhaps we had upset it. This suspenseful scenario went on for about 5 minutes, and by then I was having enough of it. But that was when I realized I couldn't even move. I could not will any of my body to move except my foot. My aunt's bed was right where my foot was moving. I tried nudging her bed, but I forgot she was a deep sleeper like my sister. I nudged her bed over and over again, hoping she would wake up. After a few seconds, I finally regained my voice. "Sharon, I think something's outside growling," I called out, hoping she would hear me. After a few seconds of me trying to get her to wake up, my grandma woke up on the other side of the tent. She was already up because of her Charlie horse in her leg. She stood from her cot, and I was already standing up by that point, shaking and crying. My grandma shined her flashlight in my face. She then said to me, "You look pale as a ghost." She then insisted I should move my air mattress to her room and just stay there for the rest of the night. By now, my sister was awake because of my commotion. After lying down, I explained to my grandma what happened. She then said that we should pray. So we did. After that, I felt so much better. But the rest of the night, I was on edge and shaking horribly. The next morning after I got up, I checked outside where my head was, and I never did find any tracks of any kind. It was like it all happened in my head, or at least I hoped it did. I have no clue what happened to me that night, but I'm still on high alert, and I'm afraid to sleep at night sometimes. It seems like I hardly get enough sleep, and I still think I was visited by something supernatural, like a hellhound. Thank you for listening to my story. The Monsters of Bear Creek, from John M.K. I have divorced parents, and my life, since I was just a year old, was always back and forth. One visit to my mom's house was particularly scary to me, not because she abused me or anything, but because of the creature that I encountered during our trip. I was about 12 then, and we were going camping down to Bear Creek. I was already scared of bears. I had zero knowledge of survival, or how to determine what type of bear I was looking at if I did see one, so I was pretty nervous. There was a camping spot right next to a lake about a mile from Bear Creek. It was the perfect spot to camp. Good sightseeing, perfect fishing spot, and most importantly, peace and quiet. Now, forests aren't always quiet. There are bugs, birds, and sometimes animal calls. But after 2 or 3 hours of being there, I got used to the constant noises. I liked it, in a way. Eventually, it was time for bed, so we all helped out cleaning up, putting away the marshmallows, putting out the fire, and picking up the trash. After that, we all went into the camper, got our sleeping bags, and went to sleep. At about 3:17 in the morning, I know because I remember looking at my watch, there came a loud rustling noise near my bed from outside. It was like someone or something was dragging something. I slept in the pop-out bed, so you could probably hear everything from outside. I felt a sort of fear mixed in with curiosity, and I went to check it out. I thought it was a bear or an elk, something that would be worth finding. I peeked through the kitchen window, and I almost passed out. There was what looked to be an elk, but it had been torn to shreds, organs, bones, and muscle pieces everywhere. Then there was this enormous creature, practically bouncing around the elk's corpse. It had snow-white skin, long arms and fingers, short legs, and worst of all, its face, which was absolutely disgusting. It had yellow eyes with these pupils that were so big I almost couldn't see the yellow parts unless it moved its eyes. It had no nose, but it did look like it had a nose before at some point. And its mouth was like looking into a bad dream. It was covered in blood, its lips stretching ear to ear, not a smile. And lastly, its teeth were almost like 3-inch knives. They were so large, the creature couldn't close its lips around it. They were only half covered. I just stood there looking at this thing, my heart pounding. If I could describe it as a 12-year-old, it would resemble SCP-096 in the scariest way possible. I realized that it was feasting on this elk, bouncing to a different area of the carcass every couple of seconds. It was circling it, slowly but surely devouring it all. Every time it moved its head, I could see its jaw open so wide, almost a full 90 degrees. And as the jaw lurched forward to take another bite, it shrieked. Its cry was a mix between an eagle and a human screaming. It was something terrible. The shriek made me want to just wake up from this horrid dream. But I realized this was no dream, no nightmare. After about 5 minutes of my heart pounding, its bouncing rotation of its feast led it to the elk's head. But before it took another bite, it looked suddenly in my direction. I made direct eye contact with it. I felt this overwhelming feeling of dread and fear. I couldn't break eye contact with it. I realized something else then. It wasn't angry or aggressive. It didn't want to attack me or attempt to. Instead, it seemed to be happy. It seemed gleeful about its feast and that it wasn't alone for dinner. I took a deep breath. Something came over me, compelling me to go outside. And before I knew it, I was walking outside the camper. The creature jumped back a little at my presence when I opened the door, but then it became curious of me and slowly walked over. I stood my ground, although this thing could easily destroy a moose. I looked at its eyes again. The creature looked so deadly and violent, and yet behaved so docile. That's what I thought, at least. Within 2 seconds of me thinking that I was going to be safe, it opened its mouth and screamed right in my ear. I should have stayed in the camper. I closed my eyes, accepting what was about to happen. Then I heard a gunshot. Something heavy fell to the ground. I opened my eyes. That creature lay dead before me on the pine-needled floor, a bullet hole through its head. I turned and I saw a hunter in the woods, a man who had just seen me nearly die. The hunter walked over to me, kneeling down to my level. He had a look of exhaustion and stress on his face. He told me that I had almost become food, and that wasn't the only one out here. He then dragged the thing away, and I didn't get a chance to ask him what it was. A few hours later, everyone else was awake. I tried to tell them what happened, but they didn't believe me, probably thinking I had a nightmare. But I have a feeling that I scared them pretty well anyway. Beware the monsters of Bear Creek. Although they might make you think you're safe, you never are.
The Backwoods of the Boundary Waters, from Primate 5. During the month of July in 2022, a few friends of mine, along with their dads, were going on a trip into the Boundary Waters. The Boundary Waters are a huge expanse of totally natural woods, stretching for hundreds of miles. In between these woods are thousands of lakes with small land bridges that we call portages in between the forests. We packed about 200 pounds of gear for 5 people total. We fit that onto a 3-person canoe and a 2-person canoe. Before the trip started, I was already nervous of these lands. Due to my native heritage, I've heard many stories about evil spirits and tricksters like the Wendigo, Skinwalker, and Iktomi. Being in their territory of origin was nerve-wracking, along with the knowledge of these spirits enjoying messing with mixed bloods like myself. Starting out at Snowbank Lake, we canoed, portaged, and camped our way deeper and deeper into the woods of the Boundary Waters. It started when we were at the deepest point of our journey, about 15 miles in. My friends Jay and S had been stung by a wasp and wanted to go back to camp, and were discussing the matter. But me being terribly afraid of wasps and insects, I was already gone, sprinting about 15 yards away from them. I knew they would probably be heading back to camp soon to grab medical supplies for their stings, but then I heard a noise that chilled me. A strange, almost uncanny version of what sounded like Jay's voice. All I heard was, "Hey," in Jay's soft but commanding voice, warped by something I didn't know. But it came from the opposite direction they were. I froze, feeling goosebumps going up and down my body in waves of fear. Tears welled up in my eyes, and the forest became almost completely silent, except for Jay, S, and their dads talking in the distance. Then a branch snapped about 25 yards away. As soon as I heard that snapping branch, my head shot right around to strangely shaped branches that I soon realized were antlers. These antlers were 7.5 feet off the ground. My fight-or-flight instinct kicked in. I ran as fast as I ever had before. I bolted back into camp, and when the others looked at me like I was crazy, I told them that I'd run back into the wasp. From then on, I made sure to stay close to everyone else for the rest of the trip. Soon after that, I began to have nightmares. They would lessen in frequency over time, but even now I still have them, as of November 2022. This nightmare is fuzzy, except for one part. A skinwalker-looking creature staring at me from the forest while I'm with my family. Its legs are stretched out as long as possible, as it stands at 8 feet tall, its teeth halfway bared. In my nightmares, it has red eyes, sometimes yellow, but those eyes always pierce into my consciousness like a dagger. It radiates only one thing: death. Every time I look into its eyes, I have this primal fear, but I can't move. Now the dream has progressed to me and my family driving away as fast as we can, pushing 80 miles per hour on a narrow state park road. But no matter how fast we go, it just keeps up. Its legs move effortlessly, still outstretched, running like a man, but something is still very off about it. The nightmare ends soon after, and I wake up for the day. No other anomalies have occurred since the dreams began at the Boundary Waters. I have a cross above my bed and on my doorknob, just in case. Remember to stay aware and safe in the woods. I can't help but feel that I saw something out there. Something with antlers, straight from Native American folklore.
Wendigo Behind the Tree, from Caden the Skinwalker fan. I was about 14 at the time. It was probably around 10 or 11 p.m. when we heard it. About a week earlier, my friend and I were planning to have a week-long campout in the woods behind my house. Mind you, I live in the middle of the woods in a very rural area, so my property is teeming with wildlife. Me and her, let's call her Bella for anonymous sake, are accustomed to the occasional howl or shriek of a fox, but on the third night of our campout, we heard something absolutely terrifying. Now, the first 2 nights were peaceful and fun, but that all changed very soon. So me and Bella, like we had been doing, went to go start up a fire to roast the marshmallows we had brought. That's when we heard it. A distant shriek. Usually we would have ignored it, putting it off as an animal, but this time it was different. While it was distant, we could clearly make out something that sounded like a moose in heat, and a woman being brutally murdered. Shocked, we both head to the tent and try to distract ourselves. An hour or so passes by and we feel comfortable enough to go back out for a few minutes, talk a bit, and put the fire out. Everything seems to be pretty much normal, until I see it. Behind a rather large tree is one side of large deer antlers. Only this couldn't have been a deer because the antlers were about 7 or 8 feet off the ground. Knowing deeply that something is wrong, I nudged Bella softly, whispering, "Turn around slowly and make no noise." Following my directions, she turns around and I can hear a faint gasp emerge from her when this thing emerges from behind the tree. It has deep, yellow eyes that seem to stare straight into your soul. It has the head or skull of a deer, but the body of a 7-foot-tall man that has been starving for 3 months. Its pale gray skin was barely visible in the faint afterglow of our campfire. I almost vomit when the vile stench reaches us, smelling like a rotting corpse in hot air. I tell Bella to hide in the tent and that I'll be there soon. As soon as she secures the tent, the thing says, "Bella, it's gone. You can come out." And to my horror, it was speaking in my voice. I quickly tell her that it wasn't me who said that, but the thing. I slowly retreat into the tent, never letting my gaze fall from the creature. When I get inside, I dive into my sleeping bag, but what happens next will scare me for life. After about 2 minutes of being in the tent, we hear the same blood-curdling shrill as before, and the thing rips open the top of our tent. Oddly enough, the thing does not attack us, but just stares at us for a good 30 seconds. You'd think we would run, right? No, we do not run. In fact, we do not move a muscle. We were literally paralyzed with fear. I've read about infrasound in school before. It's a technique used by large cats to paralyze their prey before they attack. That's exactly what this felt like. Luckily, I had just remembered the first aid kit I had brought just in case of an emergency. It had a full bottle of rubbing alcohol. I slowly reach for the bottle of alcohol. Then I throw it in the fire and it explodes, throwing flammable gas everywhere. Thankfully, the blast was a shield for us and took all the fire straight to the back. This caused it to give one last ear-piercing scream, shrink down into an unnatural-looking rabbit, and zip back into the forest, never to be seen by us again. To this day, me and Bella have never returned there, and certainly do not plan to. After a long night of research, both me and Bella agree that what we saw was most likely, if not definitely, a Wendigo.
The Hunt in the Woods. From the Huntress Wolf. In Missouri, there are loads of wooded areas you can hunt in. I'm a hunter at the age of 22, and I will always remember this horrific event. I had asked my parents if I could go hunting with my uncle. They agreed, so I packed my hunting gear in my truck and drove over to my uncle's house. The drive was about 3 hours long. As soon as I got there, my 2 friends, Ruki and Luna, were waiting for me. They had been talking to my uncle. "Hey, sport, you all set to go?" My uncle smiled as I got my hunting gear from the truck. "Ready as I'll ever be," I answered back. All 4 of us got in the hunting truck my uncle owned at the time, and we drove off into his property. His property is a huge piece of land, mostly a wooded area. You could see trees for miles and miles. As we drove, my friends and I discussed ex-boyfriends and drama, and soon we arrived at the hunting spot. My uncle got out and told us, "All right, Luna and I will go north, Ruki and Ash, you 2 go west." And my uncle looked at us seriously. "Do not get separated, all right? These woods are dangerous when night falls." We all nodded, and we went in our respective directions. I couldn't help but think that my uncle knew something about these woods. He always told us that warning every time. Rookie and I kept walking, soon setting up camp among the trees. I had with me a rifle and pistol, and Rookie had his 9-gauge and a small pistol just in case. We sat and waited as the sun began to go down. Suddenly, from the dark, I heard a branch snap. I thought it was my uncle coming to check on us, but what I heard next sent shivers down my spine. A deafening howl coming from right behind us, only 10 feet away or so. Ash, you heard that, right? Rookie asked as he held his 9-gauge in his hands. Yeah, I heard it, I replied, holding my rifle close as the sound of heavy footsteps got closer and closer. We aimed our guns in the direction of the noise. From the dark, I saw what looked to be a bear, but bears don't make that kind of howl. I fired the first shot then. Whatever it was screamed in pain. It wasn't enough to kill it, but it was enough to tee it off. We looked at each other and ran. We soon heard it behind us, chasing us. I whistled the kind of whistle my uncle had taught me whenever I was in trouble or needed help if we were far away. At the same time, I heard Rookie taking 2 shots at the thing behind us before reloading his 9-gauge. When my eyes adjusted, I turned around as I ran, getting a better look at our pursuer. It looked like a person with a wolf skull, but the way it moved and looked everywhere else, I couldn't tell if it was man or something else. 2 more gunshots rang out, hitting the creature in the head and in the chest. It was my uncle and Luna. I remember thinking this couldn't be real. Whatever this creature was had taken multiple shots and was not slowing down. We made it back to the truck, and after we climbed in, the creature jumped onto it. As we drove away, we managed to shake the creature off. It rolled onto the ground, howling again. As soon as we made it back to the house, we locked all the doors, every window, and even the basement. My uncle called a Cherokee friend that lived down the road for help. He said that we should not leave the house until morning. We went into our rooms and fell into light, scared slumber. When the next day came, our Cherokee friend came by, performing a blessing ritual on us and the house. "What do you think it was?" my uncle asked his friend, as he gave an odd look. "Something whose name we cannot speak." That gave me shivers. At the time, I remember thinking it was a werewolf, but the thought of something like a Wendigo or skinwalker being in Missouri, that's creepy. Never go into the woods alone or unarmed.
Possible skinwalker from Ninja Goldfish. We were staying at a campground somewhere in northern Alabama. We stayed there for one night. My parents had just started to pack up the tent. My brother and 2 younger sisters and I decided to go on a nature walk. At first, we were walking on the pavement, but then we saw an old gravel road that went into an opening in the forest. The path continued through the opening and went to the road that was blocked off. The entire time we were walking through the clearing, we heard this howling noise. In the brush that was on the side of the path, you could see a shadow. We could hear something stepping in the leaves. Everyone but my older brother got a little nervous. He said that we should walk back to the camp so we could get his knife. When we got back to the campsite, the howling stopped. My parents said that they were almost done and we could go on one more little walk. My older brother grabbed his knife and we set off. We went to a different path that was close to the other. This path had more trees around it and it was not as long. We could hear the howling again though. We made it to the road that we had been to before, after about 5 minutes. There, we heard what sounded like cows mooing, but it didn't sound quite right. It was more distorted. Then, we heard the stomping sounds again. My sisters and I were ready to run back, but our older brother stopped us and told us to walk and act calm. He said that whatever it was, it would chase after us if we ran. When we made it back, we jumped in the car and drove off. We have not told anyone this story ever since.
What happened in the Adirondacks? From Jacob Exploration. This happened in a small town with a man-made pond. I won't say the name, but some can probably guess from that. My cousin, my brother, and I went for a hike, like we normally do around the pond. We usually go out around 8 p.m. We did our normal loop, but I convinced both of them to go down the less bright road. I grew up here, hiking and camping in the area, so I knew the area, and I knew all the people down the road, all around 20 of them. So we walked down the road, and when I say it wasn't well lit, that's because the street lamps were spaced farther apart. We soon hit our first dark space, where the lamps didn't light up around maybe 2 yards. My cousin decided to yell, "Oh no," like something happened to him. I turned around to see him throwing a rock like an idiot. I knew it was him trying to scare me or prank me, and to be honest, I get scared easily. "I just saw you throw that," I said. He looked at me and smiled, calling me a dummy. We continued to walk on. We were getting close to the part in the road with crappy signal. At least the lighting was better here. From there, we could hear the river nearby, which was drowned out by our stupid jokes and conversations. For the first time in 20 minutes, though, I began to feel as if I was being watched. I couldn't help but glance here and there over my shoulder into the dark woods. Everything seemed pretty quiet. Eventually, my gaze was led over the river. I looked up and down it, and that's when I first saw it. Whatever it was looking at us, motionless. I squinted my eyes, then pushed it off. I figured it was probably just me being paranoid. I was making shapes out of nothing. We kept walking until we got to the more populated area near a road that leads to the highway. We stopped to sit and rest for a while. By then it was 9 p.m. We'd been walking for about an hour. My cell phone service was back, so I sent a text to my grandma that we'd likely be back around 10 or 10:30 p.m., depending on whether or not we decided to stop at the small pond on the way back. After a few more restful minutes, we began walking back. We walked a bit slower, because to us 10 minutes was not enough time for rest from a 3-mile walk. Not too long after that, I saw that strange figure again. It was in the water near our side of the river now. Then I was certain it wasn't just a shape I was making out of nothing. We kept walking, and I was now scared beyond thought. I then could hear it move out of the water. I decided then to tell my brother and cousin about it. "Guys, someone is following us. I think it's a person." They looked and laughed. "Sure, why would we believe that?" my cousin said in a mocking tone, my brother just giggling. We continued on, and I kept looking behind us every few moments. I would see that thing every few glances, leaning out from around a tree to look at us. It got closer every time, too, and then I heard it growl towards the end of the dead signal zone. "What was that?" my cousin asked. He had heard it too. I knew it could only be one thing, that darned thing that was following us. Altogether then, we ran until we made it to an area where there were houses closer together. We stopped then to catch our breaths. I hadn't noticed until I caught my breath, but I was crying. My brother was fine, but we were all shaken up at least somewhat. I noticed my cousin was bleeding. He said it was because he fell while we ran. Once we got back to the town, we sat on the beach, looking at the entrance of the road. Nothing came out, and no one went in. About a month after this experience, we found bloody marks in the rail guard of a small bridge down my road, and there were handprints on it. Update. I last wrote about this thing a month ago, but today I'll share what I saw only a week back. The only reason why I walked down that road again was because quarantine had me stuck with only my family around me. This time it was only me and my cousin. My brother was still too worried to go out there. I myself thought the thing would have left by now, because the first anyone saw of it was as I stated in my previous post. Now, it wasn't easy getting my cousin to go. I had to bribe him with a $20 bill. The idea was to not go too far, but to still venture down that road somewhat. Maybe hike, maybe camp, who knows. We left after dinner, and God knows what time it was. We didn't go all the way down the road, we only walked a bit, in the direction that leads to my friend's house. I even called her up and asked if we could go onto her property, and she was okay with it. Around 10 minutes into the trails, we began to hear sticks snapping behind us. I quickly remembered what had happened last time. I didn't wait around at all. I began sprinting away until I heard, "It's just me." I turned around, seeing that it was my brother who had decided to come and join us. I yelled at him to never do that again. About an hour into the walk, being under a canopy of trees, it got dark fast. My brother and cousin were now fooling around, yelling dumb things to each other. "It's just me." I turned to look at my brother and mockingly said, "We know, you already said that." But he was looking deep into the forest, like a deer in headlights. I didn't say it that time. I looked in the direction he was looking, but I didn't see anything. "Come on, let's get to the road." We began to hurry down the trail, and as if it was a horror movie, I tripped. I stood up and checked myself. I could still walk. My arm hurt quite a bit, but there was no blood. I stood up and began to walk down the trail. "It's just me." The voice came again. I ignored it, but I ended up tripping once more, not as hard this time. But with how scared I was, I ended up curling up in a ball, and I just lay there. As much as I hate to admit it, I began to cry. The voice got closer, saying the same thing over and over. I sat there, and eventually I passed out. I woke up and looked around. There it was. Even in the dimming light, I was able to see it clearly. It was taller than I thought when I first saw it. It looked to stand around 8 feet tall. It was ungodly pale, a sickish grin on its face, and it looked as if there was nothing where its eyes should be. It opened its mouth, and out came the words, "It's just me.
It's just me."
Then I passed out again. When I came to, I was near a rock circle. Freaking out, I looked around to see my cousin and brother sitting on one of the rocks. "Where are we?" They looked at me. "It's our normal spot." I started to look around again. It was our normal spot. I guess I've never seen it at night. What happened? They explained how they found me a few feet off the trail, passed out. They brought me here, as they knew it was close. We camped there, under our base that we made a year ago. We built it because we were bored, and being the oldest, I had brought out a bunch of camping stuff. We had found this area back then that was like a circle. It was near a shallow cave thing or overhang, and at night if you didn't know the area well, you might fall in the shallow pool of water. We turned our lantern on, talking about everything that happened, preparing to be yelled at by our parents for not coming back that night. Most of that night was spent in the hangover behind the stick lean-to walls, putting band-aids on my cuts. In the morning, we began to walk back home. Nothing out of the ordinary happened then. And as we had guessed, we did get reprimanded when we got back. But I truly will never forget what I saw.
Goatman in Big Sur, California, from C. Philly 100. Many years ago, roughly 2010 or so, some buddies and I were traveling up the west coast from Joshua Tree to Big Sur, where we stopped to camp for the night. We got our tent set up and walked down to the coast. To get down to the water, you have to pass through some thick undergrowth and a big stand of trees. We heard what we thought was a goat or sheep or something, and we noticed a vile odor hanging rank in the air. We had a nice little buzz going, so we didn't really pay too much attention to this, but kept on our merry way down to the beach. It was getting dark, and it was pretty chilly, but my friend Chance and I jumped in the water, splashing around in the waves and having a ball. Back up on the beach, we drank some wine and reveled in the magic that is California. The stars were just starting to come out, as the sun sank out of sight and the moon rising to the east marked the changing of the guard. We heard that bah sound again and smelled the rotten trash smell and decided to head back to camp. As soon as we entered the wood, I could sense that something was different. There was a distinct feeling that we were being watched. You know that feeling where the hair on the back of your neck stands up? Yeah, well, it's a pretty creepy feeling, and one I was feeling in spades at that particular point in time. It had gotten pretty dark by then, and it was even darker in the thick coastal forest. I thought I saw someone or something up on the trail ahead of us, but whatever it was ran off before we got close enough to see what it was. There was that smell again. "What the heck is that smell, man?" Chance asked. "I don't know," I said, "but it's making me want to hurl." Suddenly, a branch started shaking violently about 20 yards off to our left, which was weird because the forest was dead calm otherwise. "What the?" Something came charging out of the thicket, something tall, and I mean tall, at least 8 or 9 feet. It was bipedal and had horns on the top of its head. "Run!" I yelled at the top of my lungs, and run we did, crashing through the briar and bramble all the way back to camp where we jumped in the car and turned on the lights. Nothing. "What the hell was that thing?" Chance exclaimed. I don't know. I couldn't quite process what had just happened. Just then, something walked out into the headlights. It was that creature. It had the body of a muscle builder, but its head looked similar to that of a goat. It didn't look quite like a regular farm goat, though. Maybe more like a mountain goat, or very similar to depictions of the French Baphomet. A rather sinister and wicked-looking goat, with pale blue eyes that gleamed brightly in the headlights. I swear it looked like it was smiling at us. It leaped forward, springing off of the ground and landing hard on the hood of the car. "Drive! Drive! Drive!" I shouted. Chance punched on the gas and the goatman creature stepped up onto the roof of the car, and I noticed that it had swollen hocks and huge cloven hooves for feet. Its hands, however, looked like those of a large human man. It started stomping on the roof of the car, almost causing us to swerve off the road. Chance hit the brakes and the goatman went flying forward, landing on its feet before running off into the woods. We started driving and didn't stop till we got back to civilization, where we got gas, and then kept driving. I feel bad about leaving all our gear and our tent and everything behind, but there was no way in hell we were going back there to get it. I don't know if anyone else has seen this goatman creature out there in Big Sur, but consider yourself warned. California Goatman, let's never meet again.
The Tall Shadow, from Daniel S. This is not my experience. Rather, it is a group experience that consisted of a couple of youth members and a youth leader named E from our church, my little brother included. In August of 2019, several youth ministries from our denomination of church got together at a camp located near Santa Barbara. We were there for 3 days. On the second night, we had a campfire. After it ended, my friends and I went with the youth leader and his cabin kids to their cabin. It was closer to the campfire area than ours. We told a couple of spooky stories and my group left to our cabin. We ate a small meal and went to sleep. The next morning at breakfast time, we heard one of the female leaders, A, from our church, asking around if we'd heard what happened last night. I guess she was told by the wife of E. So for breakfast, we were sitting together, and A told us the experience. This is how it went. E and his cabin kids had a youth from a different cabin. It was already 2 a.m., and they had to walk him back to his cabin, which was by the campfire. They had to walk the road to reach the western cabins. On this road, there were no lamps nor light posts, and they had to carry flashlights with them. They would soon be passing by a grove of trees by the RV storage, and after passing by it, E felt a very negative energy. Then everyone froze. The kids were the first to turn around. They all audibly gasped. E turned then too, and what he saw appeared to be a shadow standing over 10 feet tall, but it didn't move an inch. Everyone screamed, running towards the western cabins from the road. They didn't stop running until they made it to the cabin of the youth they were returning. After dropping him off, E's group hesitantly walked back. Luckily, they didn't experience anything else.
and that tall shadow wasn't there on the way back. Back at their cabin, they were unable to fall back to sleep, and they were up ready on Sunday morning before anyone else. He and his youth told us afterwards, and that's everything.
Wendigo and Taos, from Trace Andrew. This story happened when I was around 19. Me and my 3 friends were out on a camping trip double date in Taos, New Mexico. It was midsummer, so me and my friends drove 3 hours north to Taos, New Mexico, telling jokes and listening to music. When we arrived, we started setting our tents and chairs up. Then I noticed that Jack's girlfriend was not acting normal. Her happy, talkative self was now quiet and sad. I told Jack, "Hey, you should go see what's wrong with her." He walked off in her direction. Me and my girlfriend sat and watched Jack and his girlfriend. When Jack walked up to his girlfriend, she broke down crying. Jack then carried her into their tent, and she told Jack why she was acting so strange. She said that when she was 12 years old, she went on a camping trip with her mom and dad. She said something about a Wendigo attacking her dad. It was hard to tell what she was saying because she was crying so much. They sat in the tent for a few hours, while me and my girlfriend started a fire and made food. We ate, put out the fire, and then went to our tents. The next day, we woke up and went on a 20-mile hike. We had a lot of fun, so it was time to head back to camp. A little side note, the hike was 20 miles there and back, so it wasn't a super long hike. We got back around at around 5 o'clock. We went out to my cousin's house. We talked about motorcycles, ATVs, and anything that interested us. It was getting late, so we said our goodbyes and went back to camp. Me and my girlfriend were exhausted, so we went to sleep right away. My girlfriend woke me up and said in a hushed voice, "Babe, wake up. Do you hear those noises?" "It is probably just Jack and Adria getting it up," I replied, half awake. "No, it's not them. Just listen," she said. Then I heard the voices. They were more like a noise. It sounded like a choir, but deep and demonic. The voice had no emotion and was really harsh. "I know you're in there, Trace," the thing said while laughing. I told my girlfriend that we should start praying. Then she said, "Wait, do you hear that? It sounds like Adria crying." "I'll go check on her. Stay here and don't do anything but pray," I said. I quickly unzipped the zipper on the tent and then walked over to Jack and Adria's tent. I opened the tent and walked in. I knelt down by Adria and asked her in a hushed voice, "Hey, Adria, is everything okay? There is someone outside telling me to go out into the woods. It sounds like my dad, but I know it's not him." Adria responded through quiet sobs. I felt bad for Adria, so I told her that I'm going to get my girlfriend and that I'll be right back. I left to go to my tent to get my girlfriend. I had a feeling that someone was behind me. I felt a cold breath on my back. My brain told me not to turn around, but something made me turn around. I saw a creature that had patches of greenish-brown hair on it and had parts of rotting flesh on its body, and it had the head of an elk with antlers, but it had sharp teeth that were dripping saliva. The smell hit me like a freight train. The smell was like moldy dead skunks. I threw up all the food my cousin had gave me. I was scared. I walked back into my tent and shut the zipper. My girlfriend asked me what had happened. "Nothing. I just saw a bobcat." I lied to her, which made me feel even worse because I'm a terrible liar, and she looked at me with disappointment in her face. She went to look out of the tent. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen to me. She opened the tent and said, "There's nothing out here, babe." I looked out the tent door and sighed with relief. I told her that we needed to go back to Jack and Adria's tent. I told her that I'd have Adria explain why she was crying. My girlfriend and I walked over to Adria, where my girlfriend sat there and listened to Adria and began to comfort her. I went back to my tent and left my girlfriend with Jack and Adria. I waited for any noise or movement. I started to doze off, but then I heard a low, growling sound. I jumped at the sound and saw my tent zipper moving. My heart stopped and I held my breath. I let out a sigh of relief when I saw it was my girlfriend walking into the tent. "We have to go now," she nearly yelled at me. "Okay, get your bag and phone and we'll come back for our stuff tomorrow." We got in the truck and left to my cousin's house. I told my cousin about everything that had happened, and as soon as I mentioned Wendigo, Adria started freaking out and hyperventilating. My cousin's wife went over to Adria and asked her if she wanted tea or something. Adria said yes, so Michelle, my cousin's wife, went to the kitchen. Jack didn't even have a nightmare or smelt the rotten smell or even the growling sound. Jack was the lightest sleeper I had ever met. He would wake up if your heartbeat was too loud. We have never gone camping again. Jack and Adria are married now, and me and my fiancé are getting married in July of 2022.
I want to be cremated. From the Gravedigger. My dad is a gravedigger, so he's always around graves and has dug hundreds of them. I'll be telling this story from his point of view, as this was his experience. I had just finished digging a grave after hours. I was very tired and headed home for the day. The next day, when I came back to the graveyard, the hole I'd been digging was filled in. I thought maybe the hole had collapsed in, but it had been patted down, and there were prints from dress shoes on the patted down dirt. After I called the priest, my boss, he said nobody should have filled it in, so it was up to me to dig it all out again. After hours of redigging the hole, it was done. It was completely dug out again. I headed home at 6 p.m. The next morning I went back to check on the hole, and sure enough, someone again filled it in, with more of the same shoe prints on the dirt. I told the priest, and he had me set up a camera after I redug the hole for a third time, leaving at 5 p.m. The following morning I went to check the footage. It was recording up until 2 a.m. and cut out for 2 hours, then recorded again at 4 a.m. Lo and behold, the hole was filled back in. I was starting to get really teed off. I told the priest I was going to camp out after redigging the hole because the funeral was on Sunday and it was Thursday. So I camped out next to the hole. As I was trying my best to stay awake, I suddenly caught movement out of the corner of my eye. I ran from my camping spot and yelled, "Hey, don't move!" There was a man standing next to the hole. When they turned around, I saw that he was wearing a tuxedo and dress shoes. To be more specific, this was the same man I was supposed to put 6 feet under on Sunday. The man I'd been digging a grave for had been hit by a truck. His face had split open from the impact. So there he was, split open face, pale and all. I ran out of there as fast as I could. We talked to the man's family. They ended up getting him cremated instead, as the grave thing was not working out. I never did tell the family that I saw their dead family member filling in his own grave.
Cold Hand, Dead Hand, from Tana. I'm sure you think this is a load of crap when you first hear about my story. This happened to me when I was a teenager, probably the age of 16. For reference, I'm a 24-year-old female, currently living in South Africa. My story starts like any other usual event. We went out doing teenager things, not really noticing our surroundings. We were camping in the mountains of the Winelands region. It's a popular thing to do here. Anyway, I was with my sister, let's call her Jenna, and my dad. We always camped out in the mountains, some spiritual underlying thing my dad believed in. It wasn't that cold, as summer in South Africa can be hectic. It was around 10 p.m. when I had to get out of my tent to pee. It was warm, so I had on my track pants and a tank top and flip-flops. I took my flashlight and went down the little awkward pathway about 20 meters from the camp. I'm sure you know how quiet things are when it's in the middle of the night. I wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings when I accidentally stepped on a loose rock and fell 3 meters on my back at the bottom of the ledge. I was hurt, and the fall knocked the wind out of me. I crawled upright, and I heard something, or someone, whisper in a language I didn't understand. I said hello, and then I felt a cold hand touch my leg. I freaked out and scrambled to get away. I was yelling for my dad, but with my position, the wind made it impossible for anyone to hear me. I crawled towards the ledge, and I just kept hearing someone whisper in my ear, almost maniacally trying to get me to fall again. Once I yanked myself back on the pathway, the voice got louder, and that cold hand grabbed me firmly. I screamed and hauled tail back to my tent. That was the scariest moment of my life.
Middle Creek Battlefield, from KSDC. This story happened in September of 2019. It was my second year doing the Battle of Middle Creek reenactment. If you've ever heard of Middle Creek, here's some info. The Battle of Middle Creek happened on January 10th, 1862. The Union Army, commanded by future President James A. Garfield, was trying to push the Confederate Army out of eastern Kentucky. They did so, and that is the reason why Garfield got into government and paved his way to the White House. Now, I must say that Middle Creek wasn't a deadly battle. No more than 10 killed on each side, but it was the scariest battlefield I've ever been on. Even scarier than when I visited Gettysburg earlier that year. When you're on that battlefield, you can feel something, like a presence, a feeling you're not alone. The first night, me and my friends went down to the battlefield just to see what we could see, feel, or hear. Right away, there were feelings of not being alone. We'd brought with us some dowsing rods. They were 2 L-shaped rods. You touch them to the ground and ask a question to the departed. If the answer is no, it will pull apart, and it will cross if it's yes. We asked simple questions at first. Anyone here? Etc. Then we moved on to personal questions. I believed at one point we talked to a Union soldier. We asked if he hated the rebels. He answered no. We asked, did he join the war to save the Union? And he said yes. We then asked if he was killed here, and he said yes. All of us felt pretty sad about this. We spoke about it for a minute. Then I asked, do you know that you're dead? The answer came back, no. We weren't surprised, to be honest. Not much of a reaction from any of us. I told the spirit, the war is over. The Union won. It's okay to leave. Go towards the light. I'm tearing up writing this. Not in the sad way, though. The entire time we didn't feel a bad feeling, but we did feel a heavy, saddening feeling. All of a sudden, the feeling went away. I believed we saved a trapped spirit that night. My friend R started to cry. Not a hard cry, but a quiet weep. But that's not everything. The following night, we got done with the reenactment that day, so until dark, we went to the town and goofed off some. At Middle Creek, we have a night battle at 8. To wake the spirits for the ghost walk, me, J, H, and A were put in a group as soldiers. They say you get more activity when you're in a uniform. We crossed the road and went to a super small open field. The tour guide gave some info about the spot. It was a place where Confederate artillery were placed during the battle. We then gave a volley of gunfire, and I marched my small company around. As we came back up the hill, some fellow reenactors decided to join us. They hopped out of bushes and fired guns at us as a joke. They got us for sure. We crossed the road and stopped at a wooden fence. I noticed my friend Jay was acting off. I walked up and said, "You okay?" He looked at me wide-eyed and told me to get away. Of course, I was curious as to why he said that, but I did as he wanted. I told A about this and she took him over and talked to him. Once he calmed down, he told us that when I was marching them around, he got these sudden thoughts to take his rifle, which had a bayonet attached, and kill me, then kill A and H, something he'd never think to do. He also said he was taken over by a feeling of rage. Thoughts rushed him of all the people that had hurt him in the past. The next story happened when my group and the other group switched places in the field. Before we went, my friend R told me to be sure to fire a salute and to say, "This is for the men who fell on both sides." When we got there, we of course did that. Now there's a corner we do not go to at Middle Creek. For reasons I've learned, in that corner is a very bad spirit. He was summoned when someone played with a Ouija board years back, and that person never said goodbye. J and A had left, so it was only me and H in the group. They began going to that corner, me and H were not going at all. We began to head back to camp. Middle Creek is a medium-sized field with a big cluster of trees in the middle. We were walking in the trees when all of a sudden we got a bad feeling. It felt like it was all around us, and it was starting to close in. Then my vision began to blur. My head felt light. Then it looked as if H was going to start crying. We ran, running all the way back to our big tent at the campsite, staying there until the group got back. When they did get back, they brought a boy with them. The boy was super shaken up, crying uncontrollably. Apparently, he had suddenly just broke down when they made it to that corner I mentioned. Suddenly, out of nowhere, this woman shows up and puts a crystal necklace around his neck. She says something, I don't remember what, but the boy began to seize up and fell to the ground unconscious. I'm not sure what to think about that entirely, to be honest. The final two things are small but interesting. The first one was before Jay left. I noticed 2 small straight red marks on his left wrist. When we were over in the small field, his entire wrist was covered, so there's no way anything could have done it that I know of. Last, my friend R told me that in the same field, he, along with my other friends C and Q, saw a huge figure standing 9 feet tall. All Q could say was, "Holy crap." All 3 were non-believers in spirits until that very night. I'm still going back this year. I can't wait. Maybe I'll have more stories when I get back.
Don't Look Behind You, from Mr. Jerk. My brother and I lived on about 4 acres growing up. The closest town was about 5 miles away, and our house is surrounded by cornfield and bean fields and a cemetery about a half-mile away. There was a few houses and barns around us, and there were woods in the middle of one of the fields along with a few creeks. We are 3 years apart, him being older. We did everything together, fishing, camping, riding our bikes, you name it. We had our own rooms, but we shared a room because we did not want to be apart. We did fight like all brothers do, however we always make up. We're both in our mid-40s now, and we still talk to this day every day. One night, we were camping in the backyard. It was late, summer, early fall. It was a cool night, and we were camping right on the property line next to the field. All you can hear was the corn rustling and crickets chirping, and him and I told stories beside a crackling fire. It was his turn to tell a story, so he started telling the story, and the next thing you know, he grabbed his shoe and put out the fire, and I said, "What are you doing?" But he grabbed my mouth and told me to shut up. Don't look behind you. I asked him why once again, and he told me to shut up. We hid on the ground and did not move for about 20 minutes and didn't say a word to each other. Next thing I know, he grabs my hand and we run to the house. The next day, our mom asked us why we were back inside. Were we scared? Did you see something? My brother looked at me and said no. Why? I followed his lead and said no. The same day, I heard my mother talking to a neighbor, asking them if they had seen anything last night. When my mom got off of the phone, she told us that there was a grave robbery at the cemetery down the road from us. So later that day, my mom took us to the cemetery and we went to the old part of the cemetery, and sure enough, there was a grave opened up and the casket was missing. The caretaker was quick to fill in the grave. There was talk around town about devil worshippers being close to town, and the only thing I can think of is that they robbed the grave and walked through the field right behind us to the woods. To this day, my brother will not tell me what he had seen.
The Little Boy from Gettysburg, from Bleak Mountain. A few years ago, when I was still in middle school, my family and I went to go camping in Gettysburg with my sister's now husband's family. We went camping there a lot. My family still does, but I just stay home now, since all they do is basically park a big camper in a trailer park full of other campers. Well, that time we did go with my sister's now husband's family, we decided to go on a ghost tour in downtown Gettysburg. The tour guide was decent enough. The whole tour was pretty cool, walking around old downtown Gettysburg, listening to local stories of soldiers' ghosts and civilians' ghosts. Most of them were about all the soldiers who had died there fighting during the Civil War. I can't say that anything paranormal really occurred on the tour, though. Not until we went into this one old brick house with bullet holes in the side from the war. The tour guide brought us up the stairs to the attic. He said during or around the war, I can't remember exactly when, there was a little boy who was on the road and got hit by a carriage which was on its way through town. The little boy was in very bad condition when they rushed him upstairs to the same exact attic that we resided in then. The boy died either the same or the next day. In the attic, they put benches up against the wall closest to the attic door where my family sat at. I sat against the other wall facing them, as did the tour guide. Behind the tour guide and I was a display case with the little boy's toys inside. As the tour guide was speaking about the little boy, suddenly the attic door flew right open, making everyone in the room gasp. Now, I was thinking to myself, even though I was shocked by the door opening by itself, that timing seemed a little too perfect. I bet the door had an automatic switch the ghost tour set up to scare people. I didn't think that for long, though. While everyone was still flabbergasted by the door that mysteriously flew open on its own, I felt something heavy push down on my lap, as if someone were sitting in my lap. I just sat there wide-eyed, freaking out, not speaking a word. Whenever we went to leave the attic, after the little boy's ghost story was done, I tried to sit up, but I could still feel the presence on my lap. After I sat up completely, the feeling disappeared. Later on, I told my family about it, but they didn't really seem to think much of it. Not that they didn't believe me, since they do believe in the paranormal. They just didn't seem to say much about it. Although something did get them to start talking after we finished the tour, when we were walking back to our cars. You see, cannons fired out of nowhere in the middle of the night. This was July 4th to make matters even more crazy. Reenactors indeed do fire blanks out of guns and cannons down there, but never at night. The cannons firing really made everyone surprised, and folks went on and on about it all the way back to the campground.
Wolf Pack from the Lone Wolf. This happened a few months ago. My wife, who I'll refer to as Rachel, and I live in Colorado. We have our whole life. One day, we decided to go camping, but only for 4 days due to my wife being pregnant. We wanted to make this camping trip a happy memory before we got to be parents, so we packed up the usual camping stuff like food, water, fishing rods, and a map. I also brought along my shotgun just in case. When all our stuff was on the truck, we headed to our favorite camping spot. When we arrived, I unpacked and set up our camp so that Rachel wouldn't do a lot of work. The camping spot we were in was beautiful and was full of a lot of animals. My wife then called out to me, "Honey, look at this." I went to where my wife was, and there was a nice lake with deer and elk coming in to have a drink. "It's nice, isn't it?" Rachel said. "It sure is," I replied. We stayed there for a couple of minutes while I was fishing, and at the same time watching the animals come and go. After that, I decided we would go hiking up the mounts. Rachel agreed, and we made our way up the mount. By the time we arrived to the top of the mountain, the sun was already setting, so we sat there and held each other as we watched the sun go down. When the sun was gone from sight, and the night was settling in, we heard a howl off in the distance. "What was that?" said Rachel. "It's probably a wolf," I replied. Wolves are common here in Colorado. We then started to hike back down to our camp. When we got back, we ate dinner and roasted some marshmallows. Then, we soon decided to go to sleep. Before I went into the tent, I put some more wood on the fire to keep the animals away. I then went inside the tent, and Rachel and I fell asleep. A few hours later, I woke up to Rachel shaking me awake. "Honey, wake up!" When I was fully awake, I asked her, "Babe, what is it?" "I heard something outside." I looked through the tent window and didn't see anything at first other than the fire almost out. But that's when I heard a growl. Not just one, but a lot of growls. I told my wife that I thought it was a pack of wolves outside. She was beginning to get afraid and wanted me to take the shotgun to make them go away. So I did. But before I did, I told Rachel, "Hon, if I don't come back, run back to the truck and get help. I love you." When I got out of the tent, I walked around the campsite, but didn't find anything. I then started to walk back to the tent when I heard the growls again. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it in the direction of the growls, and what I saw made me afraid of camping. There was a whole pack of wolves. There must have been at least 6 or 7 of them. I dropped my flashlight and raised the shotgun and pulled the trigger. The sound of the shot echoed through the woods. I then heard the wolves run away and faded into the woods until I couldn't hear them anymore. I then ran back to the tent, afraid that one of them would come back and jump on me. Luckily, that never happened. I ran inside and saw my wife crying. I embraced her and hugged her. "Honey, it's all right. They're gone. We're safe," I told her. She then said to me, crying, "I thought you were gone." "No, I'm here now." After a few minutes, I managed to calm my wife down, and then we were able to sleep. In the morning, we cut the trip short and we packed all of our stuff and left for home. This experience has scarred me for life. What could have been a romantic memory with my wife turned out to be a horrific memory. A few months later, my wife and I had our child and we moved from Colorado to Wyoming. We still go camping and nothing has happened, and I'm glad we were never attacked by any wolves. If you live in Colorado, be aware and stay safe.
Wendigo of Missouri, from Jin. I cannot recall the exact time of this event, but I think I was about 12 years old then. I was with my family at the Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri. We tend to go out there about every 2 years, pretty much a family tradition. So one year, while we were there, we went to a different spot than usual. Normally, we would stay in a rental condo by the lake, but this time we decided we'd go camping instead. Of course, me, being afraid of the woods, freaked out a little bit. I absolutely despised thick woods, especially ones that could potentially consist of bears and other wildlife. When the day came for us to leave, I said goodbye to my pets and my friend who was going to care for them while I was gone. I got in our car, waved goodbye, and we drove off. About 2 hours into the drive, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I heard the car coming to a stop. We'd driven into a gas station practically in the middle of nowhere. Everyone was going inside to use the bathroom, but me, on the other hand, I stayed in the car. As I lay there in the passenger seat, a wave of unease set over me. I looked out the window of the car, and I saw this tall shadow just disappearing into the trees. I figured it was some sort of moose or bear, minding its own business. About 3 hours later, we'd finally arrived at the campsite. I got out and saw that we had an amazing view of the lake and the mountains around. We all helped unpack the luggage we had brought with us. Since it was already dinner time, we sat down together at a metal bench next to our tent while my aunt and my mother cooked us all a meal. As I sat and waited for the food to get done, I noticed a cute little rabbit by the forest line. I smiled, watching it chew on some grass, but with a blur, a tall figure passed over the rabbit, and the rabbit was gone. It happened so fast, I was oblivious to what that thing was, but still I excused it like before. Maybe it was a bear, even a hawk. Heck, the rabbit probably just ran off. I turned back around to eat and didn't mention this to anyone, mostly because they probably wouldn't believe that the thing I saw was that fast, if I'd seen anything at all. Later on, after dinner, we all sat around the campfire telling scary stories. When it came time for my turn, I had no ideas, so I excused myself to my tent to go to bed. Honestly, I really was tired from that 5-hour trip. As I lay on my air mattress, something smelled absolutely horrible. I began looking around the tent, and to my horror, I found a dead raccoon resting behind my mattress. I yelped, trying to get away from the dead thing. I went back out to the campfire to tell my mom about this raccoon. She decided to use some gloves to carry it to the trees. After this occurrence, I really didn't want to sleep anymore, in fear that whatever had killed the poor thing was still nearby. I did eventually fall asleep, peacefully resting my overwhelmed mind. What must have been around half an hour later, I suddenly woke up and I felt as if someone was watching me. I noticed that all the sounds of nature sounded muted. I looked at the tent door and realized it was open, but it hadn't been before. At first, I was pretty scared to look, but after gaining some confidence, I glanced outside the tent. What I saw, I will honestly never forget. Standing there was a dark figure, probably around 8 feet tall. I looked up at its face, but only saw a deer skull and antlers. I screamed as loud as possible, trying to alert everyone about the danger. I kept screaming, not letting my eyes off the creature. After about 5 seconds, it ran off into the forest. In that instant, my parents came running out of the tent with the most worried looks on their faces. I was in tears at that point, breaking down into their arms. The next day, we immediately left that place, returning home. Of course, I didn't tell my parents what I actually saw. They would never believe me. Instead, I said that a bear had been trying to get inside my tent. Let's just say I'm never going there again. At least, not anytime soon. Creature in Northwest Alabama. From Werewolf Dragon. A small bit of background that is relevant to the story before I start. I'm a father, and I was tragically put in a position to give my daughter up for adoption at 6 months old. The family that adopted her keeps me in the loop, sending me videos and pictures of her. Keep that in mind as I tell this story. This takes place 4 years after. I was out deer hunting in northwest Alabama, about 50 miles from the Georgia border. My hunting trip started like any other, gathering supplies, packing up, and checking with all the necessary outlets so if something goes wrong, I can get picked up. I left at about 5 a.m. I got to my destination around 4 p.m. to a hunting lease a buddy of mine had. I then began my trek to a tree blind. Once I got there, I set up my sleeping area and headed off into the woods to find wood for a rocket stove. I found the wood pretty quick. Then I made it back to camp for an evening of relaxation and peace. Before I called it a night, I was sitting around watching some videos of my daughter playing and talking until I got tired and decided to climb into the blind. This blind was about 12 feet in the air, mind you. I was gonna get some shut-eye. I ended up falling asleep rather quickly to the sound of the forest. I woke up in the middle of the night to dead silence. The entire forest was deathly quiet, as if it was waiting for something to happen. The night air was cool on my face as I sat up. Under any other circumstance, it would have been a nice night if I didn't know that a predator was around. While I sat there waiting for any noise to come through, it was as if the night had died. After about 5 minutes, I decided to ignore it and try to get some more sleep for the hunting tomorrow. It took about 30 minutes before I started to doze off again when I heard something that shook me to my core. I heard my daughter's voice. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, but about 30 seconds later, I heard it again. This time, it was close enough to understand what was said. "Daddy, where are you? I'm scared. Help me." It was unmistakably my daughter's voice, only it sounded all wrong, like it was a recording. I checked my phone, but it was turned off to conserve battery. It was a rather bright night, so I decided to peer out of the blind to see if I could see anything. In my head, I wanted to see what was using my daughter's voice. She was 600 miles away from there. There would be no way she was out here with me. This tree blind was set up in such a way to make it really hard to see at this time of night. It overlooks an area where trees were few. They were about 20 feet apart, so there was plenty of moonlight beaming through the branches and reaching the forest floor. At first, I saw nothing but empty woods, but with whatever was using my daughter's voice getting closer, it was only a matter of time. About 5 minutes passed, I heard it again. It seemed to be coming about 50 yards north. I turned my head to look in that direction, and I stopped. My breathing froze. What I saw in front of me was a 7 to 8 foot tall alabaster creature sniffing the air. It had no hair, and it appeared emaciated, like it hadn't fed in about a week. It had long, lanky arms that ended in human-like hands. As it sniffed the surroundings, I felt as though if I even thought about making noise, it would find me, and I would never make it home. Watching it sniff the air for some time, I saw it walk about 100 feet. Then it said again, "Daddy, I'm scared. Help me." This time it sounded more hurried, like it knew I was somewhere around there. I refused to look away as I watched this thing walk off. After about 10 minutes, the sounds of the forest started up again. I let myself relax for a second. Once I did, my entire body ached. I must have been tensing up really hard for a long time. Needless to say, as first light came, I got out of there and I refused to go back. I've told this story to native friends when I got home, and they think it's a Wendigo, but I'm not too sure. All I know is I will never be back in that area of woods ever again. Possible skinwalker in Missouri. From Walter 2789. This incident happened when I was 12 years old. I was camping with my dad. We had decided to go to our cabin by the river for the weekend. It was a small, bare cabin in Missouri, but I loved it as a kid. We set off driving, and on the way, we picked up some pizza to eat at the cabin. Eventually, we arrived at the property and settled into the cabin for a while. We played cards for a bit, until it got dark outside. Then we went out and made a campfire, as it was a very nice night. I sat in a lawn chair, ate some pizza out of our cooler while my dad gathered firewood. He finally started the campfire and we sat for a while, telling stories and eating. I was having a great time. It was super peaceful out. That was until I heard a strange noise in the woods. From out of the woods, I heard this low guttural growl that was more like a deep and slowed down scream. I was terrified, so I asked my dad if we could go back inside. He said, "It's fine, I'm sure it's just some animal." But I remained creeped out. We stayed put, and I stared into the forest, trying to see what was behind the trees. That's when I heard another scream, this time higher and closer. What I saw next will haunt me forever. There was this tall black creature with red beady eyes and a small head. It also had these mangled antlers on its head. It couldn't have been a deer because it was standing on two legs. Whatever it was, it stared straight at me and my father. Suddenly, my dad tugged on my sweatshirt, motioning me to follow him back inside. After that, I heard the scream again, but this time, it sounded like my dad screaming, yet he was right beside me. I heard muttering coming from outside. It couldn't be my father. Again, he was actually right next to me, not making a sound. I'd never been so scared before, nor confused. My dad and I sat on the bed in the cabin. We locked all the windows and doors. I clutched onto my stuffed animal and looked through the window. I swear at some point I saw it scratching at the glass. I hid under the covers and prayed that it didn't come in. Eventually, I fell asleep, and when my dad and I woke up in the morning, we hurriedly packed everything in the car and left. I think what we saw that night may have been a skinwalker, and to this day, it's the scariest thing I've ever experienced. You can never really trust the woods. The Lady in the Lake. From Haunted, Texas. Before I begin, this is my uncle's story, not my own. For some context, I'll tell you about the legend behind this encounter. Where I'm from, there's an old story about a woman and her boyfriend who had just come back from war. The man's best friend had lied to him, telling him his girlfriend had kept him company while he was at war, if you catch my drift. So the man, in his anger, decided to take his girlfriend out to a lake, and he drowned her. Also, according to that legend, she now haunts the area, and you can supposedly summon her by flashing lights on a certain bridge. But sometimes she can be seen walking around the shoreline, wailing, crying, looking for revenge. My uncle asked me to send in this story so others could hear of his terror. My uncle and his friends decided they wanted to do some late-night hiking and fishing around the more forested area around the lake. So, late at night, they packed up their supplies and headed out. After getting there, the sun had already went down, so they decided to set up camp and fish for a bit. At 10 o'clock or so, my uncle's friends decided they wanted a bit of an adrenaline rush. So they wanted to go on a walk along the cliff. My uncle quickly declined, saying he'd stay and watch camp. After his friends left, my uncle looked out into the lake. It was then, he said, he saw what looked to be a young woman. She was face down. He quickly ran over, thinking she was hurt or dead. He flipped her over, then immediately froze in horror. He claimed that the body looked as if it had been underwater for decades. It was clearly a young woman with the face of pure terror frozen on her face. My uncle, terrified, ran back to shore and grabbed his gun. When he looked at the woman, she began to stand up. After that, she started to wail and scream, walking towards my uncle. He yelled for his friends, hoping they would come back, but he couldn't just wait there, so he ran for his life back to the small cabin. He stayed in the cabin and eventually fell asleep. When he woke up, he noticed he had a few calls from his friends. He called them back, agreeing to meet them at a nearby diner to explain what went on. When they arrived, he told them everything. His friends sat there in disbelief. After he finished his story, one of his friends then threw something on the table. It was a necklace with a locket. When they opened the locket, water spilled out, and an old photo of a man and woman hugging each other was inside. He was shocked when he realized the woman in the photo was the same woman he had seen the night before. He then decided he wanted to throw the necklace back in the lake, just so he wouldn't be haunted by the memory of this encounter. After the whole ordeal, my uncle began asking other people about this legend. He soon discovered this was not a new thing. Encounters like this had been happening around that lake for years. Where they'd been camping was extremely close to the bridge where that woman had been drowned. My first time out of state, from Anonymous Princess 669. I was 22 years old when this happened. I had never been out of my home state before. But the Rona was raging at the time, and my friends never really took the pandemic seriously. That being said, we decided to take a trip. It was spur of the moment, and I was ecstatic. For privacy reasons, I won't use our real names, but there were 4 of us: Mike, Brittany, Taylor, and myself, Raven. Now, the group was all into the weird stuff: paranormal phenomena, cryptids, demonology, all of it. I personally have been actively practicing the craft since 13. That being said, take this story as you wish, but the trauma from it was all too real. Our destination was Point Place, West Virginia. Then we would travel through to Pennsylvania. We visited the Mothman Museum, and everyone was genuinely having a great time. The next day, a few locals mentioned the abandoned bunkers on trails just off a back road. Curious, we went out there during the day. We spent hours howling, hiking, taking photos, and yes, we even took part in spray painting our names in one of the bunkers. Typical tourist stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary, yet. One portion of the woods, however, near the trail made me feel a bit on edge. Later in the day, we returned to our hotel and decided after dinner we wanted the entire experience, so we would go back to the trails late at night. When we did, the wildlife was so lively. The frogs, the bugs, the wind, and my God, the heat. We went to a different spot than before. The woods along the trail was much thicker there than earlier. Realizing we'd need a machete of some sort to even attempt getting through it, we decided best to stay on the trail itself. We gathered our flashlights while Mike and Taylor went ahead, beginning to look for anything to catch our interest. Meanwhile, Brittany and I started down the trail. From where we walked, we could still hear the boys. Taylor was always loud, but we could hear them exclaiming as they had come across what appeared to be a summoning or sacrificial circle. I kid you not, there were candles, wax, and what appeared to be blood, all these things covering the floors inside the bunker. We hollered that we wanted no part of it, and continued walking along the trail. As interesting as it sounded, neither of us really wanted any part of that, or any attention brought to us if they did conjure anything, or happen upon any strange people. The boys slowly caught back up with us, and we all kept talking and walking. It was just casual conversation, jokes, and fun. As we made our way farther down the trail, there was a weird quiet, an eerie silence. We all noticed and stopped to look around. Brittany and Taylor both being hunters and myself being raised by a hunter, we all knew that this type of silence in the middle of the woods was something you didn't want to ignore. Mike then turned to us. He was about 10 feet ahead of the group. Suddenly, from about 30 feet into the heavily wooded forest, we heard Mike's voice holler to us. But we were all looking at him right in front of us, just a few feet ahead. When that voice came, his mouth never moved. I began to panic then, my heart racing. I wanted nothing more than to run back to the van, and so I did. As I began to run, Taylor by my side, we saw what appeared to be a light of some sort, with sounds of something moving through the woods towards the trail accompanying it. I did not stay to find out what it was. Taylor, Brittany, and I booked it to the van, but Mike lagged behind. Maybe curiosity got the better of him, but he never saw what came out of those woods either. Not a single one of us saw what it was that mimicked his voice. To this day, no explanation was offered. Mike was upset because he wanted to be a witness to whatever this may have been, but the immediate fight or flight response I had reminded me that it may have been for the best of us that we didn't make contact with it. Fast forward a few days, we'd spent our time with no further events in West Virginia. We just admired its beauty and nearly died from the heat, really. When we finally arrived in Pennsylvania, we decided a hotel for the first night was best. Taylor, Mike, and I grabbed our bags while Brittany checked us in. As we were talking, Taylor, being the newest to the cryptozoology thing, decided it would be funny to scream, "Hey, Wendigo!" after I'd finished explaining the importance of never speaking its name for what seemed like the millionth time. I looked at him, not sure if I was disgusted or terrified. And of course, our hotel room was on the bottom floor with a window right towards the woods near the parking lot. Needless to say, I barely slept that night, although nothing happened then. The next day, we set up camp in a beautiful location where there was a vast and cold river. The forest was alive that night and singing. We'd certainly hit the jackpot on locations to make a temporary home. We found state land our second day there and decided we would go for a hike. Now, here I feel like a little history would be helpful. Mike and Brittany had been together for many years. Brittany has a lot of health issues, crippling anxiety, but she's a good person. Mike was an outdoorsman, cryptid obsessed, brave, curious, and most importantly, bullheaded. Taylor and I have known each other for 11 or so years now, and he's been my best friend for 4 long years. We did everything together. And we've now been dating for almost a year. Needless to say, I know him like the back of my hand. I've known Brittany and Mike for quite some time too, and introduced them to Taylor. Now, with all that being said, we had ventured out into the thick forest and began to hike up this mountain. We had walkie-talkies for contact as we split into 2 parties. Taylor and I taking the right side of the mountain, while Brittany and Mike took the left. We decided to meet up in the middle at this small creek after making our way up. It wasn't long before I noticed that the woods felt heavy. There was an uncomfortable feeling as we walked, and we soon stumbled across another deafening silence. The birds had stopped chirping, and nothing in those woods seemed to even take a breath. This quiet was shattered when our walkie-talkies went off, making both Taylor and myself jump. The voice that came through was Mike's.
Just checking in. We're almost at the creek. You guys seen anything yet?"
Now, keep in mind we weren't looking for anything specific, nor special. Just half-heartedly cryptid hunting. We were mostly just keeping an eye out for souvenirs or memorabilia from the trip. We responded quickly. Nah, nothing yet. We'll be there in about 5 minutes. The slope was getting steeper as we finally met up. Brittany had sat down and told us she couldn't go farther up. Her hip was causing her too much pain. I decided I would stay behind with her. The boys wanted more adventure, so we said our goodbyes and asked they check in every few minutes or so. As the boys ventured forward, Brittany and I sat and talked. The discussion was nothing too exciting, just discussing what we were going to have for dinner, as we both had rumbling tummies. Suddenly, from not far off, we heard what could best be described as a buck grunting or huffing. This loud breathing resembled a snort. We looked around, but we didn't see anything. We decided we should check in with the boys, then head back to the van. When we did, we learned apparently that Taylor and Mike had separated. Mike was heading for the top, and Taylor followed the creek, which took a left turn heading into a lake. Once back at the van, Brittany and I sat and listened to the forest singing her song. We soaked up some sun while snacking on some fruit we'd brought. Suddenly, my walkie-talkie went off. It was Taylor this time.
Hey, there's a tree down, and what looks to be clothes torn up. Weird, right?
I responded, probably best to leave it alone. Might be a homeless person's belongings. The time seemed to drag on, although only 20 minutes had passed. Suddenly, my heart began to race. I started to breathe heavily, and the woods around the van had gone quiet again. I stepped out of the vehicle, and I began to look around. Brittany immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie, asking for a check-in, but she received only radio silence. We then heard someone running, and I mean hightailing it, right towards the van. I stared in disbelief as Taylor came bursting through the tree line. His skin was shining with sweat, and he was heaving as he tried to breathe. He then ran towards me, and he couldn't catch his breath. He was breathing so fast, he suddenly bent over and threw up on the ground. When he finally calmed down enough for him to speak, the story he gave was chilling to say the least. He'd been walking up the creek until he came across the lake or pond. He saw a few people across the water, and they waved, but they didn't pay much mind to one another. He then headed back into the woods, and he started back down the way he came. Suddenly, from his right, he heard a voice. My voice. He said I sounded weird, saying it sounded like me, but it was so emotionless, and it made his blood run cold. Taylor, come here. The voice called, but to his surprise, there was nothing he could see. Taylor. The voice repeated, almost like it was taunting him. He suddenly felt the need to run, everything in his body telling him to just hightail it. He ran full speed down the mountain, and when he stopped for a moment, he realized he didn't know where he was. The woods were silent. You could even hear a pin drop. He frantically looked around when suddenly he heard a loud twig snap behind him. He booked it again, running blindly in no particular direction, other than down the mountain. When he finally made it through the tree line and back to the van, he saw me at the van, and his panic had fully set in. The forest around us sparked to life again, moments after he came running out, as if to tell us whatever that was no longer there. I tried everything in my power to help him calm down, until we all made the uncomfortable realization that Mike had not come back yet. We radioed in. Nothing. Brittany, who was now getting more worried, radioed again and again until finally Mike responded. He let us know that he was almost back to the van. He was on the left side of the mountain from us. He came walking out soon enough, blissfully unaware of what had happened. He was just excited about the new sights he'd seen. We got out of there quickly. Taylor lay across my lap in the back seat. Now here's where the history portion felt necessary. Knowing Taylor like I do, it's crucial to understand that nothing makes him cry. It's difficult to get emotions out of him at all, and usually he hides his fear quite well. But at the moment, he was shaking like a leaf, and genuinely could not be consoled. None of us knew what actually happened out there, or what had been targeting Taylor. I'm 24 now, and I still have to console him some nights because of his nightmares from that day. Nightmares about a beast. He can see nothing but antlers. It chases him, grabs his leg, slams his body against a tree, and then he wakes up. And every time he wakes up from this dream, his body is shaking, and he's absolutely terrified. Take this experience as you wish, but please remember, if you go out looking, you may just find what you're looking for. And never, never say the name. It only takes one time to draw its attention to you. Secret Shack in the Park. From Weston Kenyon. The following happened to me while I was hiking in Branson, Missouri. Those familiar with the area can speculate as to precisely where it occurred, but I won't state it explicitly here because I don't want anyone else messing around there due to what ended up happening. I'm an avid hiker, and I love to walk outside on new trails. I'd been visiting this particular network of trails for the past year, and I had one unexplored trail left to hit. That's where my weird sighting took place. It was February 2023, just a couple of days ago as I write this. I managed to find the trailhead and navigate this unfamiliar terrain with great ease. Right before I got to the end, I noticed something in the woods ahead. From this distance, it looked like a large camping backpack. Upon further examination, it turned out that was not at all what it was. It was a large section of fake rock wall made with styrofoam or some similar material. I shrugged it off and followed the trail of trash down the side of the ridge. There were household items scattered everywhere. At one point, I found a whiskey flask and 2 drug needles. I was traveling off into the woods in the opposite direction of the end of the trail, curious as to why all this stuff was here. It was a very steep valley down to a river. I soon noticed something ahead and went up as close to it as I dared. It was a collapsed shack. I was standing on a rocky ledge, looking down at the remains of it, with no way to get to them except if I were to climb down the rock face, which I wasn't going to bother with. The cabin appeared to have been jerry-built out of sheet metal and the walls were fallen in on each other. There were tons of household items in and around the wreckage, most of which seemed to be old food products. A few trees were on top of the debris, but the odd thing was that I could tell by the stumps that they had been cut down as opposed to having naturally fallen down. The trees below the shack, as it was overhanging the ridge, appeared to have been chopped down as well. They were leaning hard forward, at least. I couldn't really make sense of it all. This was public land for hiking. Why did someone build a cabin here? And even more so, why did they cut trees down on top of it? I couldn't tell whether the trees had caused the structure to cave in, or if they were cut down after the fact. I took a couple of photos with my phone and stared down at the gloomy sight. Then, I was startled when I saw movement below the cabin. Through the collapsed trees and fallen walls, I could see 2 large legs moving about. For some reason, my first thought was Bigfoot. I took my phone back out and began to film it. The figure crashed around loudly. I couldn't make out anything distinct. I couldn't tell whether it was a person or an animal. I heard it clearly but couldn't see much of it, just a dark blur of movement. I was beginning to think maybe it was a deer. That was until I saw the large shape of a person coming into sight. I thought they were coming my way. I didn't know who they were and what they were doing,
but I began to run away, back up the hill. I feared it was some druggie or homeless person or both. I ran to the trail and sat down to catch my breath. Once I'd rested a bit, I went back. I was even more curious now. I mean, what was this person doing? And why were they below the shack and the trees that were leaning on it? That seemed pretty dangerous to me. The whole thing could come down on top of them. I crawled down from a different angle to try and get a glimpse of this person. They were making a lot of noise. If they had seen me, they showed no sign of it. Suddenly, I heard a cough, which confirmed it was indeed human. It sounded as though they were building something. I then began to hear banging sounds and dragging sheet metal. I went down the ridge off to one side of the shack to try to reach where I estimated the person was. I could see more, but still not enough. I couldn't tell where they were most of the time. All I heard was stuff being moved and stacked, as well as hammering sounds. But it didn't sound like they were actually using a hammer. It sounded like wood hitting wood. Eventually, I was too sketched out and left. The most I ever saw of them was black pants and possibly a red coat. I never saw enough of them. I decided to leave before they noticed me and potentially came after me. As to what they were doing, I had some ideas. Perhaps it was a homeless guy building a shelter from the old cabin parts. Maybe it was park personnel clearing another trail because I noticed a bunch of trees and brush had been cut down in a trail-like formation. I still don't know, maybe I never will. All I do know is that I didn't have a good feeling about it, and I just had to leave. I posted the picture I took of the shack remains if you want to take a look. I don't think you can see the person, but I haven't analyzed it or anything. Narrator's note: the link to that picture will be in the description. Update. I have an update now as of 4 days later, and it's not comforting. My brother and I returned to that site after I had told him and my other brothers about what happened. The fake rock wall thing was pushed over now and farther down the ravine, so I know someone had been there. We found a cap and a tote bag from Silver Dollar City, which is an amusement park in the Branson area. We also found sweatpants, which was a little weird. We ventured down to the cabin remains and I compared my photo to it. The debris was slightly rearranged. Someone had moved things. We stared at it, trying to decide whether to go down and check it out or not. Keep in mind that it was rapidly getting dark at this point. My thought was it wouldn't be worth going down for because it would be dark by then and we wouldn't be able to see anything. But my brother found this appealing, saying it would be pretty cool and creepy if we did go down in the dark. We do like the adrenaline of scary stories and always wanted something to happen when we were out hiking. That day, something did. We listened in silence for a while to be sure no one was there. We only heard birds and squirrels rustling about. My brother thought it best to call out and alert anyone of our presence so we wouldn't be taking them by surprise. We shouted something sporadically as we began to descend. I even yelled out, "Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" as a reference to Mr. Ballin. We were mostly joking around, singing songs, talking about skinwalkers. We paused to listen atop a steep rock section. I heard water trickling down that I didn't hear before. I shrugged it off as water running off the rocks. We cautiously continued down, and it was pretty dark at this point. I'd grabbed a heavy glass vodka bottle as a weapon, and my brother packed a ping-pong paddle-looking rock. We came across a chair that was upside down on top of a log. We'd passed the ruins now, and stopped to hunch down and peer across to where the man was before. I froze. Far below the collapsed structure, tucked in the ridge amidst the trees, there was a newly built shack. We were now parallel to it. It was bright white, I assume made of sheet metal. This confirmed that he had been building something else the other day. Now I was sketched out. We were thinking that no one could possibly be living in that wreckage. But now knowing there's a whole other shack built below it opened up the possibility that someone was there, and they had to be inside right now. Then I saw a dark shadow against the white wall of the shack. I think it was a tree stump because it never moved, so I called out, "Hello?" No one replied. I was starting to get a bad feeling about this, so I declared that we would go a little farther and get a better view of the new shack, then leave. It was pitch black by then. My brother had his phone light on. I'd started filming on my phone. We crept a little farther and crouched down. We didn't hear anything, and we didn't see any light from that cabin. We were still talking softly. Our discussion leaned into skinwalkers again, half hoping to see one. That's the kind of people we were. As I tried to secure my footing on the steep hill, we heard a firm voice from inside the structure.
"Y'all better get out of here before you get shot."
That was all we needed. Casually, I called out, Okay, we're leaving, to de-escalate. My brother had already begun clambering back up the ridge. As I followed, I asked out, "Is this private property?" No response. We booked it, clawing at the mud and scraping our knuckles and knees on rocks. It was a difficult climb, and we kept slipping down. I glanced at the bottle in my hand, thinking, screw it, and tossed it aside, so I had at least one hand to climb with, since I was still filming with the other. We had to get out of there before he came out of the shack, which he thankfully never did. I could hear no pursuit behind us, so I wasn't too worried about being shot at. We came to the steep rock part, and my brother had a little trouble getting up. I had more trouble. Finally, I set my phone down on top and climbed up, slipping in the process. I picked up my phone and we scrambled up and out onto the trail. We then left it and came out in town. We talked about the adventure as we walked the sidewalk back to the car. My brother speculated that he had probably been bluffing about shooting us, which was probably true, but I wasn't about to find out. The main objective was to get out, and the mission in the first place was to see what was down there, and that mission was complete. That shack looked rather well built, although I could barely see in the dark. It was parkland, and I couldn't imagine someone who wasn't homeless sleeping out there. I think it was a homeless guy who built a shelter. It was a very dangerous spot to build one, however. And I could tell he did not want to give away his presence until he absolutely had to. I'm not planning on going back. I just wonder what he was doing out there that would have been worth shooting some hikers for. Tent Camping Fright, from Pleasant Peasant. This story is a little short, and I'm really just looking for someone who had the same experience as me. That year it was the first night of spring break, and I decided to go tent camping with my dad in East Texas. I had a machete with me, and I wasn't feeling too uncomfortable. We set up camp, sat by the fire, and went to bed. Everything seemed normal, until later. I woke up at 12:30 to hear someone's dog barking frantically at something. This just pegged me as really annoying at first. We were trying to sleep after all. I also had one of the worst headaches I think I've ever had. A few minutes later, I realized the forest was silent except for that dog. I'm certainly not an avid camper. I've only camped twice before that. But even I was smart enough to know that that means there's a predator or something around. I was beginning to feel on edge then, and as I was trying to fall back to sleep, I heard something else. This sounded like a cross between a mountain lion, a woman, and a horse shrieking. While this repeated, my dad suddenly sat up, then passed out again. No wonder. I told him he shouldn't have had 4 beers. This went on and on about 20 seconds before it shut up. I know this wasn't a mountain lion. I've heard a few of those on previous camping trips.
This sounded more unnatural than that. I tried to go back to sleep, and eventually I was successful. I woke up again at 3:15, hearing a rooster crow in the distance. Again, this was deeply annoying, and my head was pounding even worse now. While I was trying to fall asleep again, there was another weird sound. At first, I was sure it was a donkey braying, but then the voice got really deep and sounded more like a smoker gasping for breath. I was just so confused and in so much pain that I couldn't think clearly. I stumbled out of the tent to relieve myself and to find some Advil that I'd packed, but exiting the tent was not a smart move. It was drizzling then, this weird sort of thick rain that smelled metallic. That was weird too. As I was peeing on a tree, I heard rustling in the bushes from the direction I heard the demented donkey. I turned to look and noticed there was something like rotten raw deer meat on the ground. It was nearly a full moon, so it was very bright. Then it stumbled out of the bushes. I was looking at it, something that at first I thought was a man. It had pale gray skin with sunken eyes and no nose. It was limping along and didn't seem to notice me. But this definitely wasn't a man. I stood there petrified, hoping it would continue to ignore me. It bent like all the way to the ground and started just eating the rotten meat. Once it was finished, it turned back the way it came and limped back through the tree line. Honestly, at the time, I wasn't even scared. I was just in shock. I kept thinking, what is that, a zombie? Zombies aren't real, what on earth? But I really don't think it was a zombie now. I mean, I have zero idea of what this thing was, and now I'm asking everyone who reads or hears this to please give me your thoughts. I need closure. If you know of what any of these three peculiar things sound like, please enlighten me, because I have a hunch they were all the same creature. Possible Wendigo in northern Alberta. From Diliotis. My three friends and I all have loved backpacking for years. We don't get out as much as we'd like to these days, but at least twice a year, we'll take off into the mountains for a 2-night backpacking trip. Usually, it's just an excuse to feel like cavemen, eating beef jerky and cooking over a fire. This past summer, I called up my friend Jay, asking him if he'd like to try something new. Last year, we'd gone out to Catamount and hiked up to a cave high up in the mountains. Although it was a great trip, marmots had come back to their cave during the night, and I wasn't anxious to have our food stolen and our shoelaces chewed off again. How about Greater Slave Lake? I asked, knowing he would never say yes if he knew how long of a drive it was. We can hike from the road and camp along the lake. That sounds nice, Jay said. When do you want to go? We arranged the time, and since he lived with our other two friends, A and D, he promised to convince them. 2 weeks later, we got into my truck and took off. Jay had decided that since I didn't tell him that it was a 16-hour drive, it was my responsibility to provide the transportation, which I was more than happy to do. Hours later, we were talking at a rest stop, stretching our legs and getting some of the good food out of the back. D said, "Hey guys, have you heard of any weird creatures up this way?" D was really into that kind of stuff, but none of us ever really believed in it. Nah, A said. What kind of stuff are they supposed to have? D continued. There were a couple of people saying they saw Bigfoot, and the local tribe says that historically, there have been a lot of Wendigo in the area. None of us really took that seriously. Soon we were driving again, laughing about how if Bigfoot did come, we'd just make friends with them, like those advertisements from the early 2000s. When we finally arrived, We were getting all of our packs balanced. Jay kept acting jumpy, always looking behind himself. Finally, he just put his back against the truck and scanned the woods. For the record, Jay is usually an extremely calm person. He doesn't really get scared. If we hadn't been talking about the supernatural before coming, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. I went over to him and asked, "You okay, dude? You're looking a bit uncomfortable." He gave me a weird look and seemed as if he were about to brush it off, before reconsidering and giving me a weighing expression. "I don't know, man. Ever since we got out of the car, I've felt like I have a bullseye on my back. I can't shake the feeling something's watching me." "That's weird," I said, not really knowing how to respond. "I haven't noticed anything." At this point, A and D had started listening and came over to us. "It's probably just the new environment and how far out we are this time," D stated confidently. "I imagine that about 100 squirrels are watching us right now too," he said with a lopsided smile. Jay laughed it off and we all took off into the woods, knowing that if we wanted to make the best of our trip, we would have to get at least 1/3 of the way to the lake before setting up camp for the night. That evening, we had all set up our sleeping gear and we started a small fire. We sat around and joked about how badly A was burning his hot dogs. He's a really good sport, coming back at us by saying how much more he enjoyed them with a nice crunchy outside. As we laughed, suddenly Jay went very quiet. He told everyone to shut up. I personally hate being told to shut up, and I was about to keep talking out of spite when I noticed it too. The woods had gone dead silent. Other than the crackling of the fire, we couldn't hear a thing. Usually, this wouldn't be weird in the woods. Animals usually stay quiet when people are around. But that wasn't the case here. We'd been hearing the usual nightlife: crickets, birds, frogs, and the occasional coyote. But there wasn't even the sound of the wind anymore. It really freaked all of us out. We sat there in the silence for minutes, straining our ears. It was like all of our survival instincts kicked in, and we were like deer when they're trying to detect predators. After a while, I began to calm down, and I looked around the fire. I saw A frozen, with his mouth open, and his hot dog 6 inches from his mouth. I couldn't help but smile and laugh out loud, thinking about how long he'd been holding it like that. Everyone else laughed too, as soon as they understood what I was looking at. It was like a release from the tension of the last few minutes. Pretty soon, we'd all forgotten the events of those moments and went back to our normal, joking conversation. The next morning, as we were packing up, D was talking in the background, telling us about his dream he'd had the night before. "It was like I was looking at our camp from the trees," he said, excitedly, with a twinge of fear in his voice. "I could see all of us sitting there. Then the next second, I was running through the woods, moving faster than I thought possible." A and I studied him for a second and looked at each other. I didn't want to say it, but it seemed like he was trying to scare us. I could tell A thought the same thing. We didn't really talk about supernatural stuff for the rest of the hike. If you've ever had someone try to scare you and do a bad job of it, you'd understand how A and I felt. We were annoyed. We didn't believe in supernatural things, and it was almost insulting to have D try to scare us now. By the time we got to camp, everything had settled down. It was about 6 p.m. and the sun was still pretty high, as it always was in Canada during the summer. The water was beautiful, and we'd found the perfect spot for our camp, right on the side of the forest, looking out over the water and the sunset. Jay had brought a backpacking fishing rod, and we were trying our luck with the 2 lures he'd brought. Honestly, it was so surreal and beautiful that if not for what happened that night, we'd probably still be going out there to this day. The plan was to spend 2 nights there, then hike all the way back in 1 day, because we'd be able to get a much earlier start. So that day, we were all expecting to be able to rest our legs after the long hike. Jay and I asked the other guys if they would be willing to make us some food while we went swimming, and they agreed. We didn't go very far or deep, but the water was so serene and warm that we spent a lot of time in there until nearly sundown. We got out and joined the other guys at the fire. Later that night, it's hard to tell how long, but quite a while after sundown, Dee had gotten up to go to the bathroom. Nobody really noticed him go, but we heard a scream coming from the forest, followed by loud swearing, and Dee running back into camp. "What the heck?" he said, obviously very distressed. "Did you guys see that?" None of us had been looking in that direction, and he'd wandered pretty far into the woods. "I saw something in the trees. I heard a sound and I shone my flashlight up, and I saw these eyes staring at me from the trees." I'd be lying if I didn't say I was shaken up from that story, but at that moment my mind went to Moose. "It's all right," Jay said. "It's probably nothing. We can go check it out just to be sure." Dee shook his head vigorously and stammered. "There's no way I'm leaving this fire. That thing, it was 7 feet tall at least." "It's okay, man," I said, trying to stay calm. "The rest of us can go to see what it was." I grabbed my flashlight out of my backpack, and I looked over at him. "You shouldn't go out there, and there's no way I'm staying at the fire alone." After some discussion, it was decided that Jay and I would go, leaving Dee and A at the fire. Dee didn't want any of us to go, but I was pretty confident that with my flashlight, we'd be fine. My flashlight was like 80,000 lumens and could light up an entire football field all on its own. Jay and I slowly walked into the woods, trying to follow Dee's directions. We did notice again that the woods had gone completely silent, but even with my high-powered flashlight, we didn't see anything, not even any animals. When we went back, Dee had calmed down quite a bit. We stood there talking for a while. Then something caught my eye, slightly above the other guys and over to the side. I flicked my flashlight over, and there it was. In what must have only been a few seconds, I saw something with broken deer-like antlers and what looked like a deer head, but with a snout that was a bit too long, coming from a creature that might have been 8 feet tall. The crystal clear way that I saw it, fully illuminated by my light, it was the last thing I was expecting. It all took literally fractions of a second, but as soon as Jay made a half-scream, half-choking sound and fell backward, my brain just shut off. I then made an attempt to run backwards, and I fell on my back hard. I scrambled around, trying to get up, but the sudden darkness and chaos around me disorientated me even further. I called out to my friends, "Hey, everyone stay close." Dee had seen both of our reactions, and without even looking behind him had bolted over top the fire on all fours, burning his neck a little, but the worst part was that he had smacked his knee really hard on one of the stones for the fire, and burned his hand. He was lying beside it on his back, wide-eyed looking over into the woods. Since I was already on my back, I scrambled for my light and flicked it on, pointing it back in the direction I saw it. But it was gone. A was still sitting where he was looking, freaked out, but glued to the spot. We all gathered back around the fire, and we were nervously talking, trying to find out what happened. A said that as soon as the rest of us had freaked out, he heard a high-pitched roar coming from behind him, and he'd heard crashing off through the bushes. Jay and I both described seeing a very tall, hunched-over creature with very skinny arms and legs. It had hands and walked on 2 legs. I remember it being incredibly skinny and having very long fingers with sharp claws on the end and sunken-in yellow eyes. Jay agreed, but said it almost looked like someone had hung it in the trees and looked so skinny. We had to decide what to do. Dee was burned pretty bad on his hand, but less badly on his neck. What was really bad was where he had banged his knee on the rock. It had already swollen up severely, and he could hardly put weight on it. We discussed every option we could think of, but it came down to either we hike out in the dark or we stay until morning, trying to make a break for it afterwards. We all knew that none of us would be able to sleep if we did stay, and we'd have to have one of us keep watch. But in the moment, we chose the worst of the two decisions, deciding to hike out while we were more awake, compared to just trying to sleep but staying up all night anyway. We honestly talked for way too long, arguing about everything, like whether we should take our backpacks or just go. We could walk faster without them, but I hated the idea of not having something on my back to protect me, even a little bit, if I was attacked from behind. I'm ashamed to say it, but none of us could stand the idea of putting out the fire, so we left it burning, just clearing anything flammable from around it. None of us wanted to plunge ourselves into instant darkness. My flashlight, the really powerful one, had a very short battery life, so we couldn't use it the entire time. But we did also bring headlamps, and other than Dee, they all still had battery power. We walked with me in the front, carrying both my flashlight and A's, thinking we could use mine as a weapon if it got too close. At the very least, we could blind it. Second came A, helping Dee walk, and lastly Jay, who was carrying Dee's backpack on his front as extra protection. We got almost halfway there, talking very little, but we all felt like we were being watched. There was still no cell phone reception, but we were on the only trail in the area, and it was very visible. It was also the darkest time of night. At one point, when we all stopped to see if we could hear anything, which we'd been doing once every hour, I decided to turn on my flashlight and look around. Then we all heard it, plain as day. It was Dee's voice from the woods, sounding like it was all around us, but especially behind us. It sounded like his voice had been altered, with two voices overlaid on one another. I jumped, and after all the adrenaline that night, I accidentally dropped my flashlight. It landed perfectly on one of the rocks beside the path and broke. I couldn't even move then, I was so scared. The voice paused for a second, then began laughing, and a voice that sounded like mine. The same laugh from the first night we were out here. None of us could move. We were too terrified. Before that point, we could pretend that it was just our imaginations, but those two sounds assured us that we were in a lot more danger than we could have ever imagined. The laugh went on for so long, I looked down at my flashlight, and I knew it was broken. Our best and perhaps only weapon against this thing. We all circled around, facing outward and talking in low voices. The woods had gone back to being silent, and we did not know what to do. Finally, we decided to move up to a spot in the path farther along and get Dee to start a fire while we all stood in a circle around him. We got the fire going, but gathering kindling for it was a nerve-wracking experience, where one of us would dash to a stick we spotted, grab it, and walk backwards back to the fire. Meanwhile, all that night, we would hear one of our voices coming from the woods. I've never been so scared in my life, and I hope I never feel that way again. Once the morning came, the voices from the woods stopped, and the sounds of nature returned. At that point, we felt better, continuing our walk back to the truck. Thankfully, Dee's knee wasn't damaged that badly. The doctor said it was a pretty minor fracture, that he would need to stay off of it for a few weeks. We've talked about it a few times since it happened, but each time we do, we all get scared again. We have been hiking since then, but we always go back to the old spot. If I had any advice to say after all this, I'd say take a moment to calm down, even during a crisis. You never make good decisions when you're scared. The Beast in the Snow, from Curtis S. Location: Northwest Arkansas, Ozark Mountains. This story begins like a lot of others. It's a tale of me and my high school buddies. For privacy reasons, we'll use their gamer tags from back then. The actual location of this tale will not be given. It happened back in late 2006, early 2007, when one of the largest snowstorms hit northwest Arkansas. We had 32 inches of snow and 5 inches of ice bearing down on us. There were over 85 fatalities from the storm alone, and over 500,000 people without power. It was very cold and very wet, but as many teenage boys do, we got bored, and we all got together, deciding to go check around to see if we could help people stuck in the snow. We checked on everyone's families that we knew to see if there was anything we could do to help. After some time of this and helping a few people out of the ditches, we again got bored and decided to go and check on G. Dilly's father, as their house was not in the greatest shape. His dad was kind of a lonely hermit. We sat down and talked with him for a while. He would kind of remind you of Deckard Cain from the Diablo games. It was always a sit down and stay a while kind of thing. It was never a fast visit for us boys. However, after a few hours of talking, dark started to set in. The temperature started dropping even more, and as I said earlier, most people were without power. It was very dark. The town looked like something out of an apocalyptic movie, all but abandoned. We tried to get out of the driveway to no avail. After 30 to 45 minutes of trying, we decided that it was best we stay there for the night. I called home to tell my family we were staying there. As the night went on, we started to go stir-crazy, just sitting around and doing nothing. So Timbo and I decided to go outside for a smoke, as Advent and G. Dilly stayed inside. As we smoked, we talked the other two into going down to a place where we all hunted and camped. Now, mind you, we all grew up around here. Timbo and I had the most outdoors experience. We were very avid hunters and fishermen. We loved to go camping. Advent and G. Dilly, however, were more of the inside gamer type, but they still knew their way around the woods. We grabbed our rifles and a shotgun from the truck, and we headed off. We passed one of our many camping spots we used that was on G. Dilly's land. As we walked into the dark and cold through the very thick woods past G. Dilly's house, things started to feel off to us. It felt like we were being watched. The whole "you're now the prey" feeling starting to set in. We chalked it up to the bitter cold. We continued farther into the woods. Looking back on it now, we probably should have turned around, not knowing what dangers awaited us in those woods that night. As we passed our old, most used campsite, we started to get into uncharted territory. That was the goal, though, to test ourselves against Mother Nature. We kept pushing on through the snow and roaring, freezing winds. We went into the pitch-black darkness. As we walked, out of nowhere, we heard the sound of a breaking branch. We spun around to nothing but darkness and a low, guttural growl. The sound made the hair on our necks stand straight up, and we felt it in our very cores. This was no longer an adventure, but survival. We quickened our pace, but to no avail. We ended up falling down a steep, deep gorge. We tumbled all the way to the very bottom of the gorge, must have been around 40 feet. After that, we picked ourselves up, collecting ourselves and our belongings. We looked up then, and we saw something moving around at the top of the hill above us. It was a big, dark figure moving from tree to tree. As it moved around, we noticed that sometimes it moved on 4 legs, and at other times it only moved on 2. We all decided that we were now at a disadvantage to whatever figure was above us on the top of the hill. At that point, with all of us being cold, tired, and hurting from the fall, we decided to find somewhere to set up camp. We walked a little ways down the gorge and found a riverbed. We decided to set up camp there. There was a 4-foot drop there. We laid fallen trees over the top of the riverbed. We then gathered up evergreens and snow and put that on top of the fallen trees. We placed our fire a couple of feet outside of our shelter in the riverbed.
We thought that if we built a fire, it may help to scare away whatever figure it was we'd seen, and we probably stood a better chance with the light from the fire. We then sat around the fire for a while. We thought everything had calmed down then. Timbo and I sat inside the shelter. Advent and G. Dilly sat on opposite sides of the riverbed by the shelter. We were all still on edge from what we saw. We talked about it all. At one point, I got up to relieve myself. Timbo decided to get up and add more wood to the fire. I had my back turned away from all of them. Suddenly, Timbo was startled by a possum which had jumped over the woodpile. He shot at it and killed it. As the gunshot rang out, it startled the rest of us. After we realized what happened, we started cracking jokes at Timbo, calling him the Great White Hunter and Possum Slayer. Then we saw it. It was watching us from the distance. Our laughter quickly faded away to fear, the boys noticing me staring off behind them. They turned around to face the creature. We were face to face with its big red eyes. The thing crouched down by a tree, still easily 5 feet tall. It had a large body and a long canine-like face. It had huge, long, razor-sharp teeth, too. At that very moment, it seemed like time stood still. Seconds felt like hours. Total fear hit us all. This creature stood up, fully towering over us. It was well over 7 feet tall. I shouldered my rifle as a roar that seemed to shake the earth filled the air. I fired my .303, hitting it in the chest. Timbo's .30-30 hit its center mass. There was no way this creature could have survived this. As the air settled and cleared, we thought we were about to see this thing lying on the ground, but there was nothing but some deep red stains on the ground and tracks leading away from us. We followed those tracks into the darkness, adrenaline coursing through our veins. We chased it, not sure if it was from fear or shock. The idea of it going after someone else, or one of us when we weren't prepared, made me paranoid. To this very day, I don't know what made us go after it for sure, but we did. We went through hills and gorges, following these tracks and red stains. I figured at any moment the monster was going to come lunging out at us. As we pushed through the bone-chilling cold, we soon realized we were making one big circle. So did that mean it was circling back to us? We really had only one choice. We knew we were never going to catch this thing in this terrain, and there was no open ground for miles. And if it was coming back for us, our best option was to dig in and prepare to fight. We put our backs together, eyes in every direction, using the snow and trees for cover. We waited and waited, listening for any sound, looking for any sign of movement. But it never came. We stayed quiet as much as we all wanted to talk. Right before the morning sun shone in the sky, we did suddenly hear one long, high-pitched howl, which seemed close, like it was just around the next bend. It was like it was telling us we might have won that skirmish, but the battle had yet to come. Maybe it was just the sound of defeat. We'll never really know. As the sound faded off into the mountains, we all sat there in disbelief until the sun was fully in the sky. Then we stumbled onto an old road and made our way back to G. Dilly's house. We were still not fully believing what happened that night. Everyone made a full recovery from the fall, but we never did really get over what we saw. On occasion, we do talk about it together. But this will be the first time any of us have shared the story to the outside world. We often wonder whatever happened to the creature. Where did it go? Were we the only ones out there to see it? Why didn't it finish its hunt? We may never know. Might have to get the boys back together at some point, go back down there someday and see what happens. I honestly think the only reason we're still alive has nothing to do with skill or being brave. I feel like it was pure luck. I look at the woods in a different light, and I watch and listen to everything. I've taught my kids to always expect the unexpected, and just because it's not in our history books doesn't mean it's not out there, or it doesn't exist. I know what I saw, and my friends know what they saw. My warning to you is to be careful in the forest. Always pay attention. Never get complacent, even if it's the woods you know like the back of your hand. It doesn't hurt to always be prepared for anything.
Thank you for listening to another unsettling episode of Unexplained Encounters. You can send us your story to have it narrated on the show at darkstories.org. Unexplained Encounters is an EerieCast original series. You can find other horror-themed podcasts at eeriecast.com, such as Redwood Bureau, a fictional anthology series, Freaky Folklore, a documentary-style series about myths and cryptids around the world, Destination Terror, a show about the most haunted places, and Tales from the Break Room, another show I host all about the scary things that happen to people at work. Again, that's eeriecast.com. By the way, if you want fewer annoying ads and you want to support what we do, consider going to eeriecast.com/plus to sign up for EerieCast Plus. That unlocks all our podcasts with all but host-read ads removed. Until next time, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.